Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. It is 60 minutes before the New York opening bell, which means it's time for us to help get you ready for your trading day. So while mom is away, the kids will play. So it's no girls allowed on the stream today. Nick, it's just I'm kid, of course. Miriam's out for today, but we hope you'll stick with us anyway as we bring you the next 4 hours in the trading day. We have got Coach Tank coming today, and we're currently in background negotiations with background Nick to pop on for maybe the last 30-45 minutes of the stream today. He's from Chicago, so the offer right now is a 6-pack of Old Style and a $25 gift certificate to Portillo's. So hopefully that's enough to sway background Nick to come on the show later. But regardless, Nick, we've got a lot going on today, and hopefully some really good market action.
Yeah, dude. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, chat. It's actually a great day. I mean, look, if Miriam isn't here, we can talk even more trash, you know, like we don't even have to look at her and be like, well, there's a girl on the stream, you know, be careful. But now it can go full port trash talk. That's what this day is going to be like.
She and then we beat our ass when she comes back tomorrow.
and then we bring back full port Nick on the stream today, and then it's gonna crash every number that we ever had. We're gonna surpass that. Also, chat, today you have full permission to take the #1 fan spot, because if it's just Matt and I'm not going to be monitoring the chat as closely as I usually do, and I'm not going to be typing as much as I'm usually doing. So go get that #1 spot, especially Swing, man, my tenant. You gotta go and grab that #1 spot there. But yeah, let's go over the charts here and into the market straight away. So we're ready for the day. Actually, I'm gonna go through NQ first for today. Over the overnight session, we did have a little bit of a move to the upside here. The session yesterday night at 6 p.m. EST opened at 22,837, and we're now sitting at 22,940, so about 100 points higher. We are still rejecting the weekly open, and unfortunately, we are right now sitting exactly in yesterday's 15-minute opening range, which there we go. I'll just mark that on my chart really quick. We're literally bouncing in between the opening range of yesterday's US session open. So I hope we can get out of that. In terms of more zoomed out levels, there we go. We do have 2 trend lines currently on NQ. One coming down from Thursday, 3rd of July, which I also mentioned yesterday already. And then the other one from the downside here from Wednesday, 2nd of July. So these are certainly 2 very important trend lines to me, at least. Right now, I'm expecting to further just reject it because we're still in that 50-minute opening range. But let's see what the US Open brings. When I zoom in here a bit more, you can see, as I said before, we're still rejecting the weekly open, so basically yesterday's open. We are still consolidating around that previous month high, which I do not like. I'm telling you guys all the time, previous month high is such a strong level, and when we do consolidate around it, market doesn't really know where to go, and that means more barcode action, Tradeify TV style. But I do expect that we get a move outside of it, either to the upside or the downside. I mean, both is fine with me. I'll join you, Matt, today on Team Bull if it needs to be. You know, I gotta keep at least one alliance today when Miriam is gone.
Yeah.
But I'll also take the shorts. Like, both is fine. On ES, on the other hand, similar movement, to be fair. ES is up 0.06% right now, and NQ is up 0.2%. But we had a pretty similar move here from the daily open yesterday at 6 p.m. 6,262.50 was the daily open, and we're now sitting at 6,280. So about 20 points, 19, 20 points higher. So not a crazy move, but still an okay move. The difference between the two is NQ pushed up to the weekly open, to yesterday's open. ES is nowhere near that. However, we do have the same trend lines on ES like we do on NQ, right? We have the one coming up from the 27th of June, It's not exactly the same, but it is a similar trend line. And then we do have the one coming down from the 3rd of July, touching again on the 7th of July, which was yesterday, right? So important levels on the ES for the day. We have the previous month high here that I would like to see hold if we want to get a bullish move. If we break that, then I would start looking for the downside, obviously. We do have the very important level here at 6,246.47, which is the monthly open. That is basically, as we saw yesterday, I mean, we got this huge pump from here. We dipped into it at 2:15 p.m. and then came out of it right away and shot back up. So that level certainly holds for now. To the upside, obviously the weekly open, same as NASDAQ, I expect this to hold if we approach it. If we break through this, then the next stop is obviously all-time highs, because all-time highs are sitting at 6,333. And yeah, let's see what the open brings, because at the end of the day, again, I say this all the time, we don't try to predict the price, we don't try to predict the market, we try to react to the market, and that is our job. We analyze, we look at what's happening, and then we react accordingly. But these are my levels for ES and NQ, and I'll let you go over gold and oil, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I just had a little bit of a rhythmic hiccup here, so the data may still be coming in. But taking a look at the hour chart here in oil, we've been talking about the possibility of an oil breakout recently, and going all the way back to the end of June. Again, oil is one of those things, guys. We're technical traders, right? We're trusting the charts, we're trading the charts, we're watching the charts, we're eating, sleeping, breathing, thinking about the charts, right? But at the same time, everything behind the technical analysis is fundamentally driven, right? I thought Vala had a great explanation of that on last Friday's show. If you missed that, please go back and watch. But in OPEC, especially when it comes to oil, it holds all the cards, right? And OPEC and sort of the Russia collusion that's going on there with OPEC and to keep prices at certain levels, right? And it's always a challenge for them, because if oil goes too high, then you see more and more countries, people, industries investing in solar or wind, or like the electric vehicle industry. But if it goes too low, they're not making their billions, and Vladimir doesn't get his 7th yacht, right? So it's always a fun little dance with oil. And when you see key levels develop, they're usually there for a reason. We talked about this 64 level holding for quite some time, and how the longer we held that without it tested any lower, the more likely we were to go eventually end up maybe back at the 70 level. And sure enough, we've pushed hard. Oil is now, I think, if we get back above 68, and especially if we get above 68.40, I think oil's in full-on breakout mode at that point, and probably has room up to 70. I don't know that it'll go straight there. It may meander around a little bit or take a slightly less than direct path, but I do think above 68, we're going to get pretty close to, if not hit 70 in the next week or two. So that's something to keep an eye on. GC, guys. GC had a great rally yesterday, rallied up basically off the 3,300 level all the way up to 3,356 area. Just a huge move on gold. Now we've retraced about half that move, so about a 50% retracement for all you Fed fans out there. And now we're starting to push back up again. Now remember, gold is not necessarily what it's always been, right? Whereas traditionally, one of my mentors, she traded gold all through the 2000s. So somebody had a very powerful internet connection and had the money for a big account as soon as it was available retail. And she was very consistent. Bullish signals in the indexes, buy the indexes. Bearish signals in the indexes, buy gold. And gold is not necessarily the flight to safety that it always has been, which makes it a little more challenging to trade, right? But the good news is it does seem to move independently a lot of the markets, whereas there's other assets that tend to move a little bit in sync, and especially as we get into scenarios where ES and the NQ move together, we want gold to kind of be its own thing. But gold is kind of sitting here in a little bit of a range here. I really want to see gold push higher, and I want to see yesterday's highs above 33.50 tested. Above 33.50, I think we could have a nice move, probably all the way up to 33.80 on deck. So let's kind of keep in mind with that. The last thing we'll look at here is the Russell. Russell had a bit of we came in a little bit on the Russell yesterday, and overnight and into the early morning hours today, we're back up to, again, about a 50% retracement, about an area here at about 2240, which is a previous support. or previous resistance, then it became support. Now it's resistance again. So we need to get up above 2240 for a strong push up to the 2250, up to the 2270 level. But again, the Russell is a fun index to watch, even if you're not always trading it, because it's a measure of the appetite of risk, especially for big money, right? When the Russell is just screaming higher, even if the indexes aren't heading much higher themselves, like the ES, the NQ, it can be a really good marker of institutional appetite for risk. And when we go down like we did yesterday, that maybe is a little bit of a signal that we're hitting short-term tops on the indexes. Of course, we don't have a ton of economic economic news today. We're going to start getting into earnings next week. The last half of July, guys, is going to be a lot of fun because we're going to get some earnings. We're going to get some big, the usual inflation data. We're going to have what I think is going to be a very contentious meeting of the Fed on July 30th. So that's why Fed minutes tomorrow, I think, are going to be a lot more important than they have been in the past. Because again, the whole tariff situation, which, hey guys, this is it's a day that ends in Y, which means we could get some wild, wacky tariff news popping up at any point from either the president's advisors and cabinet, and or another country. Obviously, I believe the BRICS are still meeting today. There's been a little light sparring, some not so light sparring between the BRICS and President Trump over the last couple of days. So, guys, I think we are in the midst of what's going to be a pretty fun and interesting summer. Hopefully, it's profitable, but I definitely think it's going to be fun and interesting. So Nick, I really want to see the NQ get a little bit of a push here, either up or down leading into the open, because I think we had a couple of small opportunities yesterday, but especially while the stream was on, we just weren't really able to find some consistent opportunities as we just sort of stalled out. It seems like the markets are a little bit of wait and see mode.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You know who else wants that push? Background Nick, because he's trading our House Live account today, and he's long from 22,880. So he's currently sitting at around 40 points in profit with one mini, and definitely wants to have that push. But that entry was sweet. I think he got in on that pullback. Actually, no, he had to go in before the pullback yesterday.
Last night.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, last night. He's taken a pretty long-term position on that one, considering that he's day trading it. But let's see where we can get with that.
Is it day trading if you bought it yesterday?
Well, you're 2-day trading, but not today. Well, this is confusing.
Well, I mean, it is technically the same session.
It is the same session, but I mean,
that's,
in futures,
that would be like background, Nick. Just like, I'm just gonna go long before I go to sleep, right?
in
we'll
futures,
check it in the morning.
In futures, everything is technically the same session, because I mean, 23 hours of trading a day. It's like, well, 1 hour break, and that is when it splits up. But I mean, I think in the future we're gonna have 24-hour trading. Do you think that's gonna happen?
I absolutely do. And I think you're already, we basically, like you said, have 24-hour trading in the indexes, right? So I'm not too worried about opportunities in futures, but there's always been, I think, an appetite for stocks and options to be trading longer than the hours that they do. And I think Texas is beginning to establish a new exchange. What is traded on there, we shall see. But they apparently have made indications they want to be a 24-hour exchange. My guess is as soon as the New York Stock Exchange realizes it's 2025 and not 1925, they'll get their traders off the floor and go to a full electronic trading, like the futures and the options. Futures used to be open outcry in the pits in Chicago, just like the stock exchanges right now. Well, now the open pits in Chicago are a tourist attraction and not being used. So as soon as the Wall Street guys realize what year it is, maybe we can. I think that's going to be the first step to getting us to some 24-hour stock trading. I'd love it. I'd love for to be able to see in real time. If Elon tweets something out at 8 p.m. We don't have to wait till the next morning to see how the stock is going to be affected. Yeah. I'd love to be trading options overnight as well. I think just like you can take a futures position, like as we joked, when you go to bed, and I've actually done that a few times over the years. Some big overnight movement, take a small position, make sure your stop and your your profit target are server side, and then you barring a act of God or a meteorite hitting, in which case we don't give a shit about our trading anyway. You can wake up and hopefully have an executed trade, hopefully to the profit size. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think we're going to see, especially with the explosion of the cryptocurrency exchanges and sort of the whatever use cases those begin to, obviously new technology. There's been a lot of fraud and a lot of things going on there. But as that technology solidifies, and I don't think they're going to have any choice if they don't want the stock market to become irrelevant in the next 25 years. I think they're going to have to appeal to the appetite of traders to be trading.
100%. Everybody wants to trade all the time. You can have 24/7 trading.
Absolutely.
And more.
So guys, we are relying on you today in the chat to be asking questions and keeping things flowing. You always do. So I'm confident you guys will be able to do that. Again, for those that have just come in a little late, it is Tank Tuesday. We will have Coach Tank. I already forgot what time, Nick. What time is 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Eastern. Coach Tank will be on. Background full port, Nick will probably be making an appearance at the end of the show, maybe the last 30 minutes or so. We'll have him on, and then so right now it's just kind of we're waiting on the open. Nice little bounce off VWAP here in NQ. VWAP has held up. A nice test here at about 5 o'clock Central Time. We're testing again. I'll tell you what. Let's run up to the +1 standard deviation here and maybe set up for a little short as we move into the open. So, but anyway, how's everybody?
Fading background, Nick.
Yeah. Absolutely, they're fading background Nick. Actually, if that gets up to 950, I'd hope the background Nick's looking he's only one position, so he may be riding that all day. Tank Tuesday and Lil D-Gen. That's right.
That sounds like a soundtrack.
Yeah, Tank Tuesday. Yeah, Lil
Tuesday with Lil D-Gen.
Lil D-Gen sounds like a bad YouTube rapper, and Tank Tuesday is his first flop of a single, right? Like, we love you, Nick.
That's a pretty accurate description. Oh man, yeah. Nick? Actually, what's your target on that trade? I mean, you're in from the 880s. What is your TP? Let people know in the chat here. And also, what I do wonder, while you're probably eyeing a short, Matt, chat, what is your guess for today? Are we going higher? Are we going lower? Are we sideways like yesterday? Let's pull up a poll here and then get the votes in. I mean, usually everybody's bullish. Everybody's team Matt, but let's see where we can get today. Where would your short entry be for this?
Well, I probably up at about 950. Again, this is just purely a -1 standard deviation or a +1 standard deviation rejection, right? If we're just going to pogo between VWAP and +1 standard deviation, we'll take some shots while it's there. 950 to the 955 area is as you can see, very strong resistance. We've basically bounced, other than this little area where we poked our head above there at about 3 a.m, we've bounced our head off at about 4, 5, 6 times. And so to me, that's a pattern. Now, the cool thing that I like about, and I haven't done a ton of them on the show, and I need to get a little more aggressive with these, but the VWAP based trades, both VWAP and the +and -1 standard deviation, is they're usually really good 2-to-1 trades, right? Like if I'm playing a bounce off of, and sometimes even more, a bounce off of +1 standard deviation, I can set my stop up here at 960, a profit target here down at 930 or 925, and all of a sudden I've got a 2-to-1 and in some cases 3-to-1 risk reward there. So, again, with the chaotic movements we've seen this year, I would say the VWAP trades that I'm accustomed to are not as reliable as they've been in past years. Doesn't mean they don't work, just means they're not as reliable. But yesterday, again, we saw just kind of banging our heads off these areas a little bit. So it's going to happen 100% of the time until it doesn't. So in the meantime, we'll continue to make some money. I don't know if we'll get up there before we open, but I'd love to see us test 950 to the 955 level as we move into the New York Open.
Yeah, well, we just had a nice little bounce, the double bottom bounce on the 1 minute, right at VWAP. So if this holds and pushes through the previous month high, which would be the confirmation for a double bottom, we could see a push to the 50s. I mean, this is a very realistic move.
Mm-hmm.
The chat is saying market bias, 36% to the lows, 33% barcode, hopefully not, and 31% all-time high. So it's pretty even across the three options. But more people saying to the lows than to the highs. That is not usual, and Background Nick might get cooked on that if that happens.
I think if Background Nick doesn't make money off that entry, I'd like to think Background Nick's going to not let that retrace to 880. I'm pretty confident he's going to have a nice green trade on this. So
well, if he lets it retrace to 880, we definitely need Coach Tank to do a session with him today.
Yeah, we will. Well, regardless, we will have to talk. We will be able to talk to both of them about that because it is Tank Tuesday, and little DGen Background Nick will be joining us later on in the show. So, guys, we are now under 40 minutes until the New York Open. We're sort of. I was actually. I'll tell you, in the last candle there, Nick, I was kind of cursing myself a little bit for missing a long bounce off VWAP, but now we're kind of stalling out here. I'd actually love to see, as much as I'd like to see a move to +1 standard deviation and a rejection of that level. I think that'd be a really sweet setup. If we're going to break down below VWAP, I think we've got a lot of room. I saw somebody talking about big options positions in the chat that could lead to a barcode day. I haven't checked the JP Morgan trade in a little while, but it's that could be right. We could just be, and to be fair, the way the news sets up today, unfortunately, means like the most likely outcome of today is a slow moving tight range day, right? Whether it's barcode action or we're just sort of drifting. I mean, as long as we're drifting between plus and -1 standard deviation, there'll at least be some trades to be had. But again, with the Fed, with still uncertainty on tariffs, with the Fed minutes being released tomorrow, and with all that's going on economically, and the week before earnings really start to heat up. Honestly, guys, that's the most likely outcome today is a light range choppy day. But we'll try to find some opportunities where they are, and we'll kind of go from there. But we're going to keep an eye on the we'll once the markets are getting a little close to open, we'll get back to the Russell, oil, and gold as well, because maybe there'll be some opportunities within those particular assets.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, ES, somebody asked, what are my thoughts on ES? I mean, I gave my breakdown in the beginning of the session. However, right now, ES and NQ, they're looking very, very similar, both holding VWAP. Both had that touch here at 6:04 a.m. Eastern, and then that touch again right before at 8:44, so about 11 minutes ago. So they're looking very, very similar for now. ES is technically level-wise sitting lower than NQ compared to the weekly open. I mean, NQ's yesterday open was at 22,970, and ES yesterday open was 6,307, and we're way below that on ES, but we're pretty close on the NQ. But let's see where it takes us. For now, they're looking similar.
All right, so we are getting a nice push off of VWAP here. I thought we were going to be breaking down, but again, that's why that's why there's no trade. We trade what we see and not what we think. So yeah, the 950 area is an area I'd potentially look for a rejection. Again, typically how I play these. Let's get my the drawing tools on TradingView suck, but typically how I play these. So I've showed you guys this in the past. I have a tolerance band on my +1 standard deviation, right? So normally the +1 standard deviation looks like this, right? It's just a dotted area. However, I've found in the past that whereas standard deviation is just a point, it's obviously, you're talking about bell curves, probability, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, having an area, a little bit of a tolerance band here, the way I will play these, if I look for a move to let's say, again, to short here, my rules are we've got to tap the +1 standard deviation, and then we've got to break below the band, and that could be a potential short entry there at about where it stands now, 947, although it could be a little lower if it takes us some time to get up here. And setting a stop 5, 6, 7 handles above this upper area, again, gives us a lot of range, or room for the trade to run, but still not, putting us at a 20-30 handle drawdown. So that's something I'll be looking at as we head up there. I don't usually hold all the way back down to VWAP. probably said about 3 or 4 handles above VWAP. I don't mind on missing those in case we want to stall out a little above. But yeah, Nick, it looks like it's going to be a day where maybe some of the technicals actually are a little more reliable when the fundamentals are sort of at least for now in the background.
Yeah, definitely. We are starting to get that push to the 950s. What did you say you're going to do when we approach the 950s? Is there a trade idea there, or did I miss something?
I believe I've got to see how the candles line up there, but there could be a short possibility up in this area here. If we break out above 960, that's a no-go for me, but we'll see what happens.
Yep. We do have that pretty big trend line that I mentioned during the pre-market wake up. That would be right there at around the 55 level. So it could serve as a nice short opportunity there.
Absolutely. Yeah, so guys, for those that missed the show yesterday, we did have a little bit of a milestone. We hit 14,000 subscribers. Guys, we're really, as much as it's not necessarily in our nature, we're very humbled by the fact that so many of you choose to join us and subscribe to the page. So we are going to do something a little special for 15K. The hosts will huddle together and come up with some fun things. We'll do some big things when we get to like 25, 50, etc. And believe me, we're going to get there. But in the meantime, next target is in sight. It's 15,000. So again, as we always say, I'll say it's the end of the show, but as we always say, make sure you tell a friend about Tradeify TV. Tell them it's the best damn prop show on the internets and the interwebs, and just join us from day to day. So, nice little push up here. Nice little push
background.
Up.
Nick is smiling right now.
Yeah,
I don't see him, but I can feel it.
We'll have to see if he's wearing a white tee as well.
Well, he has to. He's gonna get kicked off.
I was gonna put one on just for solidarity for the guys show today, but then I realized tomorrow's White Tee Wednesday, and so I gotta save my. I don't want to do laundry before Thursday. So
you still don't understand. Every day is White Tee Day.
Yeah, for you, which made a lot more sense when I saw you pick up your cats the other day. They're both very white, so that's a big brain move there.
That is literally the most awful thing ever. Like, these cats are so cute. I love them. However, when we got them, we actually asked, hey, so these cats, do they lose a lot of hair? And they were like, no, actually this breed does not really lose hair. And then we were like, okay, nice, cool. I mean,
they
obviously,
lied to you, didn't they?
You would still expect hair. Obviously, it's a cat, right? But dude, they're nearly missing their entire fucking fur every single day. They're losing all their hair. I don't know where that hair is where that hair is coming from. It's crazy. I cannot wear anything black. It will literally be white within a second.
So this morning I get up, and as I always do, you take the dog out, and the next thing I do is I'll go get his water bowl, clean it out, replace it if it needs to be, and then fill it up with fresh water and put it down, right? So I did all that, and then I go upstairs to just get ready for the day, brush my teeth, etc. And our first floor on the upstairs is carpet, but the first floor is hardwood, right? So I come back downstairs, and there is a trail of little footprints from my dog's water bowl all the way to the stairs, and up the first half of the stairs is hardwood as well. So up to the landing on the staircase, I see these little. So our boy cat Atlas decided he wanted to go dunk his feet in my dog's water bowl and then run around. So yeah, and we just did the floors a couple days ago, so that's nice. I get that. I get that to look forward to later today. But
Chad,
yeah,
Chad, what kind of pets do you have? Let us know in the chat really quick. I bet some people have some weird pets, like skunks, parrots, whatever. In the US, you can have a monkey as a pet, right?
I'm sorry?
In the US, you can have a monkey as a pet, right?
I don't think so. There's certain places, I think.
In certain places, because I would love to have a monkey. Like, that would be my dream. Imagine how cool, like a little trading monkey, little degen.
Okay, if if we're still doing this stream in 5 years and you don't have a monkey, I like, what are we even doing?
Well, the thing is this. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a guy.
You put like a wheel in the background. You go let the monkey spin it, long, short, long, short, long, short, long.
No, I'll just let him push the buttons straight away. Have you ever seen that guy who is doing the trading with the chicken? I think it's his name is Prop Firm Kid on IG, and he lets his chicken trade for him.
Probably do as well as I did my first year, so probably better actually.
It's actually doing pretty well. It's kind of funny.
Oh man, yeah, that's all right. So we're pushing up here, guys. So I want to. I've got an alert set at this 950 level. Just if we cross it, like to see a push up to 955, and then if we dip below 947, I'll take a short there. Probably just one mini, since that's what chart I have up right now. But let's see. If we break out up to 960, that's a no-go trade for me. But we've got we're running right back up to this +1 standard deviation. So let's just kind of keep an eye on this.
I might join you on that short, actually. I would like to see a 1 minute candle close red, and then enter that for me as confirmation. But I might join you on that.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. All right. So we actually have the trigger at 950.
And actually, fun fact, while you set that up, the reason in the chat, people are saying, yeah, that chicken is probably doing better than most traders. You know, the reason why is very simple, because at the end of the day, so many strategies work, right? The reason why traders fail and why they think their strategies don't work is because they don't work, because the market is an opportunity. Like, it's a sea full of opportunities, and you can take so many different approaches to it. But at the end of the day, it kind of like mirrors you. It mirrors yourself and your personality. And if you don't have the psychology part down and you overtrade, you revenge trade, you add into losers, you move your stops and do all that stuff, no matter the strategy, you're going to fail. And that is why this chicken is actually doing pretty well, because it is a system, right? And the guy who does it cannot change that system. I mean, obviously he could, but he doesn't do it. It's just trading that one account. And if the chicken says long, well, we go long. If the chicken says 10-point stop, it's a 10-point stop. It's a 20-point TP. It's a 20-point TP. Nothing gets moved. And because of that, it's a systematic approach. Well, partially systematic approach. But because of that, there's no psychology, no revenge trading, no flaws like that.
I've got a sell stop at 947, by the way.
All right, gotcha. But because of that, that chicken is actually performing pretty well compared to a human trader.
Are you sure there's not vodka in that bottle today?
No.
Okay, just making sure, because we're okay. I did fill there.
All right.
Boy, that bottom ticked me on the fill. Yeah, that exactly bottom ticked me on the fill. And this is a live account, so there's not any shenanigans there. All right, so I'm going to set my profit target down at 920. I'm going to set a stop up at 960. And that's it, guys. So we'll nice. Play that out. If I'm in the green and we're headed a little closer to the open, I very well might take this off for a little lighter profit, just to not risk it heading in. But again, guys, this is just listen, eventually this is going to break out if it keeps running up to +1 standard deviation. So what this is basically, this is a bet that it's not going to do that before the open. If it wants to go make a new close to a new session high up here, all right, I'll write that off. But basically we've got 27 point, actually about 27 to 30 points of profit, risking 13 points. So it's a really nice 2-to-1 trade. And again, guys, in a 2-to-1 trade, you only need to be right 40% of the time to make, less than that to break even, but to make consistent money. So it's all about the trading methodology, guys. We've talked about that a lot on this show. I'm not worried about this trade until it gets above 57, and that's why I have the target on 60 there. But in the meantime, we shall see if we can get a little bit of a rejection off the +1 standard deviation.
Also, Perloco saying, just think, what would Mariam do in this situation? Well, that's a simple answer. Well, just a light position. I'm taking 10 minis.
yeah, light position.
Oh man, she's crushing it though.
Yeah, she's doing it. It's on a heater.
On a heater.
That'll be a good question for Coach Tank today. How do you manage heaters? How do you manage times where the trades aren't you're executing your setups and you're not seeing results? I know he's gotten a little bit into that, but that's those will be some prescient questions to be asking Coach Tank today.
Yeah, absolutely. You said you have your stop at 960 sharp, right?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Then let's make this market turn around. We usually, when I say marbles, it goes into the red. So let me try marbles.
Oh, I think we actually have to pull up a marble race for that to happen.
Okay. So it doesn't respect me just saying it, huh?
Mm-mm.
Well, I tried.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm rooting for you. Thank you, Hamad. Red. Oh man, I love the chat.
we do have a great chat. You guys make it very easy to do this show. I appreciate that. So naturally, we're showing a lot of strength here.
Of course, because you entered.
That's true. Yeah, actually, I'm later on in the show, guys. I told you guys yesterday. I subscribed to Bookmap during their July 4th sale, so maybe we'll pull that out. Unfortunately, like I said, I can only have one. I have a rhythmic feed, and Sierra Chart does not recognize plug-in mode for our traders, so I can only use one of them at a time. So later, I'll take Sierra down. We'll pull up Bookmap if things are getting a little crazy and kind of see how those orders stack up there. Again, it's just I know Merriam uses it quite a bit. It's just a tool, guys. It's not a be-all end-all. So
yeah, for sure. We do start to get some selling pressure there at the highs.
Well, 30 seconds till this candle closes. I would really like this candle to close below 950. I think if
that would be nice.
It sets up very well if this candle closes. Actually, if this candle just closes in the band, I'll be happy with that. But below 50, that sets up for a very nice reversal candle after basically 4 straight green candles. Although this one was definitely not all that strong.
Also, Nick closed his long for, I believe, about 70 points.
Yeah, plus 1430. It's a great way to I'd say to start the day, but that really ended yesterday.
Yeah, I joined you on that short, by the way, Matt. I'm in from 49.50.
Small position, 8, 9, 10 minis?
Just 50 minis.
Okay.
Right now.
All right.
Yeah, just easy. Now, 1 mini. 1 mini with pretty tight stop of 10 points. At 59.50. And pretty much same target like you. Target would be that midpoint here of the double bottom. 29.50. Where's your target at, Matt?
I have it set right now for 920. But if we get a strong push down there, I may drop it a little bit. If it heads for VWAP and it's not stalling out, I'll probably drop this down to 900 and then I'll put a profit stop a little bit above it. But that's a long way to go yet. So
yeah,
we really need this candle to close out of the range, right? Out of the tolerance band. So this candle really needs to close below 950. I'd prefer it closes below 945, but we'll see. So this is probably one we're going to be, if it doesn't stop out, it's going to be probably a 10 to 15 minute ride down to the bottom if it gets there. Like I said, guys, if we're in profit in this as we lead to the open, I will move the stop probably to break even or just cover my costs and and then drop the profit target down just a little bit.
Yeah, and background, Nick, definitely you should come on later and show your entry on that trade because that was a banger. Indeed, 70 points. And everybody's still asking where Merriam is. She's out today. She will be back tomorrow. So for today, you just have to,
It's just the boys today.
Just the boys. We can do some more trash talk, guys. I really want to see this drop now.
Well, if you look at the pattern, it's a strong candle followed by a pretty weak candle every time we've gotten up here. Now, to be fair, this was not an overly strong candle, but this is not necessarily halfway through the candle showing the weakness that we would like.
Yeah, true.
And again, if we're holding this trade and it gets to be about 10 minutes before the open, that's where, again, as we've seen consistently in the past few weeks, about 5 to 8 minutes before the open, volume really starts to accelerate. The big boys start to either scale in or scale out of positions. Things can get a little more hectic. So actually, I'm gonna. You want to put Nick's screen up there, Drew? I'm gonna take down my Sierra and we'll get Bookmap up and running here.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. So what you see on the screen right now, guys, is 1 minute chart on the left and then the 5 minute chart on the right, both NQ. You see my stop here at 59.50. You see my target at 29.50. Once we reach 35.50, I'm most likely going to move my stop into profit, depending on how we react to it. It could be that we just crush it, or that we never get there. That's also a possibility. It's never just one thing that could happen. We are getting some selling pressure here. The volume is starting to pick up as well. The question is, can we get the follow through?
Absolutely. We've got a little resistance overhead in the 52 to 60 area. There's a few orders stacked up there. I really want to see some orders pop up down around the 45 to 40 level and just bring price down to that area.
Yeah, Drew, if we could switch to that Bookmap screen, that would be sick. There we go.
See, the problem is with liquidity. Again, this is the markets. There are guidelines. There's never any rules as far as how the markets go, but the markets tend to gravitate towards liquidity. So this is actually not a good sign for our trade here, that we've got liquidity set above here up to the 960 area and not as much down below. And I don't see any big orders. Occasionally you'll see a really big order hanging out 30 to 50 points below price action. Now, this isn't, a death knell for the trade, but we need to see some orders start popping up in the 45 to 40 level because price is by definition a magnet to liquidity. If there's only one spot of liquidity on the board, price is eventually going to go find it. Now, right now, the market makers aren't taking this up here because they probably don't have the orders on the other side to fill it out. But the fact that there's more liquidity above than below us is not a good sign for a short trade. Doesn't mean the trade's cooked by any stretch of the imagination. We just like to see it the other way. If we were to see some stacking orders down here at 940 to 945, I'm starting to see a few pop up. That's really going to draw in that liquidity. We also want to see some of the selling pressure increase down here. It's been mostly neutral to slightly bullish in the last couple of candles. But if we can break out, I think below the tolerance band and get down into this 940 to 935 level, I think we got a really nice trade on our hands. Yeah,
just need that push with a little bit of volume. What I'm missing. Boundless, I love when you guys show order book. Please show it more. This is awesome stuff. I mean, I think, Matt, you can leave it up, right?
I can. I will say it's not for people with less than great connections. Bookmap it's going to fuzzy up your screen quite a bit. So it's not. There's reason why I know Miriam doesn't put it up a ton, and I'm not going to either. We'll look at it from time to time, especially when we're in a trade. But again, it's one of those things, guys. It can really screw up. It comes fast and furious, and it's not looking like it now. But trust me, when the market's open, it will get going. So maybe, especially when I'm in a trade, maybe I'll pull it up just to okay. So we're actually getting this now, guys. We're starting to see a little liquidity down here at the 945 to 942. And again, these are a little lighter numbers on the liquidity side because the markets aren't open yet. You'll see what happens. In fact, I'll leave this up whether we're in the trade or not. I'll leave it up for the open, and you guys can kind of see how that looks. But it is a different animal when the market's open. Vala, nice to see you. Good morning, sir.
Yep. Also, Leah joined us on that short. So let's see.
There we go. There's that push we want.
Yeah, that was nice. I just won't follow through in the 1 minute now. And not that.
Leah's been joining us from the Canary Islands these past couple days. Hope your vacay is going well.
It's her last day today. She's going back to rainy Sweden tomorrow, she said.
I just downloaded Bookmap yesterday, guys. I have not played with the settings yet, so just be patient. actually had, I haven't used Bookmap for about a year and a half consistently, but I had a whole bunch of saved workspaces on my computer that flooded out. So that's what I get for not backing them up.
We are getting that push now. I like it.
Mm-hmm. My only slight concern on this trade right now is that we're not going to get it's not going to have time to get down here before the open.
Yeah, but that's why I set my target a bit higher, I think, than... What's your target?
My target is 920 right now.
920, okay. I have mine at 929. Reason being is that is the midpoint of the double bottom that we had at VWAP. Mm-hmm. Midpoint often serves as a level of rejection, or support in this case. So let's see. But as said, once we do touch 935 mm-hmm. or 936, I will move my stop.
Yeah, break below 940, my stop will move to, it won't go to break even because that's not enough room, but I will bring it down to the top of the zone and just sort of manually trail it a little bit.
Fair enough.
Again, this is a trade I'll take 10 out of 10 times. I love this setup, but again, my only concern is we're heading towards the open, and as the volume begins to flow in. Now, maybe they take it down, they hit our profit targets, everything is good. But just again, the technicals that we rely on for trades like this, the more volume that comes in, the less it's going to pay attention to support and resistance areas from 3 hours ago.
Leah's target is 917.75. Yeah, it makes sense as a target, but it's exactly what Matt said. Is there enough time until 9:30? I'm definitely...
So again, a move below 940, my stop gets adjusted. We're close to that now.
Yeah, if we're well in profit by 9:30, I will move my stop to break even. That is for sure. I will not let 9:30 volume stop me out.
All right, so now my stop is moving down to 955.
I'm having my stop move to 57. And once we reach 36, I will move my stop to break even.
All right, so strong bearish candle that just closed, which means the opening of this candle might try to retrace a little bit here. Let's pull this back up.
All right, we're at 37. Did we go to 36? 37.75. I need one more little push to the downside to move break even. 36, there we go. I'm break even +1 now. Worst that could happen, I get stopped out for 1 point.
Well, NGU, if you're in a trade, especially a slower moving trade like this, you've got to be kind of talking through it in your head. Don't contradict yourself. But honestly, from the time I get into a trade, the first minute or two should always be defensive, right? You should go into every single trade planning that it's going to be a loss, right? And how are you going to manage it? How are you going to adjust your trade runs to your profit target? There's no problem, right? Okay, good job. But minimizing, making sure that you guys have seen me take plenty of losses on this show. You don't see me take $700, $800, $900 losses, $1,000 losses, et cetera, et cetera. If I take a $100, $200 loss, a nibble here or there, that's in my personal account. Anything between +200 and -200, I consider break even for the day. So if I'm up $70 for the day or down 150, that's a break even day to me. It's only when I'm below -200 or above +200 that I consider it a winning or losing day. Helps screen a lot of noise out.
We are getting a little bit of a push to the upside now. But again, like for me, worst case, I get stopped out for 1 point. I do not want to hold this into the open, to be fair. With my original stop loss. Like with break-even stop, no problem.
Yeah, liquidity kind of dried up here.
CA is saying we're going to hit TP. I can feel it in my loins.
Yeah, I think we just cursed the trade there. Yeah, Z, at least we got you to blame if it goes against us, right?
All right, it's all C's fault.
Because we're traders, it can't be our fault, right? It's got to be the markets, or
No,
it's got to be this, or it's got.
unless we hit TP, then that is our skill. Then it's our skill. But if we get stopped out, it's C's fault.
And then we're supposed to pretend it was actually 10 times the size and go brag about it on social media, right?
No, we just add a 0 on Photoshop, no problem.
There we go. Yeah.
No
yeah,
problem.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
I blame you in the Arnold voice every time I lose, Matt. Vola said.
Oh man.
All right, I do like that push to the downside now. A lower low here on the 1 minute would be very nice.
Yeah, this is one of those trades. I think if it ends up being a break even or a small losing trade, it's not necessarily that the pattern was invalid. It's that we ran out of time, right, heading into the open. That's always a danger when you trade heading into the open. Just saw a pattern we really liked, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm trailing my stop to that new lower high on the 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm actually going to slide to break even here.
I'm having my stop at 43.50, so I'm 6 points in profit with my stop.
Yeah, I'm going to break even on this, guys. This is not, now this, to be fair, this is not something I would normally do if this was just a trade happening as the day progresses after the New York Open. But I just, if there's a sudden volume surge in a couple of minutes here as we move in the last 5 minutes for the Open, I can't sit there and take a good loss like this, right?
I got stopped out for 6 points.
I did too. All right, so that's why we stop at break even, guys.
Or trailer stop.
Yeah. Right before the let's see how much longer. Yeah, with a minute left in this candle, so 6 minutes before the open, they ran it on us.
Well, I'm happy to get out with 6
again
before the open. Like
twice in this show, I've took trades into the open. One was a loser, one was a winner. And there's just randomness at that point. And keep in mind, guys, you get into a trade for a specific reason, right? Yep. So in this case, getting into this trade for a rejection of +1 standard deviation in a lower volume environment, the before the New York Open. Okay, things change. And as soon as we get a new piece of knowledge, in this case, the time is running out for this trade. You need to take proper precautions, right? In this case, it was moving to a break even. I have zero problem if this thing turns around and runs right down the VWAP now, because we're 5 minutes to the open, which means the volume is going to start moving in. So I told you guys when we got in this, I was risking a small amount of money to make hopefully a good chunk. We ended up making 0 and losing 0. So it is what it is. But guys, don't discount. And you don't want to, move your stops too early. I know there's people that trade the NQ. They have a 10-point stop, and then as soon as their thing goes 5 points in the profit, they slide their stop to break even. They get stopped out, and then the thing runs. You do, especially the NQ guys. You got to give it room to breathe. But again, managing your losses, right, is so important to staying consistently profitable. As I've said on the show, there's 3 pieces of information that I need if I'm working with a trader to from coaching somebody. I need to know their average winner, average loser, and their winning percentage. Then we can break that down by setup or time of day, etc. And everyone thinks, okay, little thought exercise before the open here, guys. You have a 50% winning percentage. You make $500 on an average winner, $500 on an average loser. I know commissions, right? So technically you're going to be in the red, but basically you're a break-even trader. Everyone thinks they need to double their winners or cut their losers in half and go from 50% winners to 80% winners. No, guys, if you can just take your average trade up to about 600 or 650, bring your average loser down to about 400, and bring your winning percentage from 50 to about 55, that's how you build accounts. All right, I understand, we're in the social media age. I understand, again, the irony of us doing this on YouTube, that everyone wants to blast out these huge numbers. And don't get me wrong, we want you to get there. But again, profitable trading is really a 2-step process. Find a statistical winning strategy that you can execute, scale it. That's it. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's a lot of steps within that, but that's basically the 2 steps to being a very, very, very profitable trader.
Yep. Also, I see a good question here. Prasad in the chat. How do you enter stop loss at the time of order entry? Basically, what you want to do is, if we go to my screen here really quick, you want to set up an ATM strategy. That could be whatever platform you use. I personally use Tradeify. Drew, if you could go to my charts really quick, I can actually show this. It's super simple to set up. You just go here to ATM. You hit that gear icon next to it, and then you can turn on ATMs, and you create one. You say, let's say you want the, I don't know, 20-point SL and 30-point TP. I'm making this fast so I can get through with it until market open. And then basically you will use show in ticks. It's the easiest to do. You set a TP and an SL, take profit. You always have to calculate by 4 because it's ticks, not points. So if you want the 20-point stop loss, you need to type 80. Actually, that's a TP. There we go. And if you want a 30-point TP, you type 120 ticks for the TP. You hit save. And now whenever you enter an order, you will see your stop loss at 20 points and your TP at 30 points. Whew, I got through with that before market open. Let's go.
All right, guys, we're about 60 seconds away here. Actually, we're just about 70 seconds away from the New York Open. Everyone clear your orders. Make sure everything is good to go. No major news coming out today, but we are always going to keep our eye on the news feed for anything to do with tariffs, anything to do with Trump and tweeting. And again, the BRICS, I think, are meeting today as well. So we'll see what happens. I'll leave this, if we can put up my screen one more time, Drew. We'll leave this book map up so you can see how the orders really start to jump when thing again. And I don't have this set up well, guys. That's going to be my weekend project, is to get the settings kind of where we want them as far as book map. Anyone who hung in that short, again, we're coming into the 30 seconds before the open. So if you need some profit, take some profit.
Yep.
We stayed quite a bit within our 15-minute orb yesterday, Nick. So we'll see.
We're still in that, Matt. We're still in that. That's the problem.
I know.
That's what I don't like about this. We're literally like sitting currently a little bit below mid-price or midpoint of yesterday's opening range. All right, go for the countdown.
3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, motherfuckers.
Nice. Love it. Yeah, there's our TP hit.
Yeah, there it is. That's all right.
That's all right.
Better wish you were in a trade than out of a trade.
Yeah, that's all right. Then you're crying while you say it. All right. A little bit of a push to the downside to VWAP, but VWAP is still holding for now. VWAP has been a great area of support for the last, 9 hours now? Even more. We had a nice, even more. So we had a nice touch of VWAP at 6 a.m. Eastern, then again at 8:43, then again at 8:51, and now again, not really touched it, but we got close to it at 9:30. So let's see if we can hold that. If we hold that and we break that range high here at the 60s, or like 58 to 60s, I'm very confident we're going to previous day high.
Yeah, and see, just this first 5-minute candle, guys, this is why I don't like carrying trades into the open. It would have gotten close, might have actually hit profit target down here, but within seconds, it's back to the high of this candle. Now, seconds later, back to the lows. Again, guys, we want to be in trades when the patterns have the best chance of playing out, and that's under normal market conditions, normal volume. First 5-minute candle is abnormal volume and abnormal volatility. So we just want to let this play out, and we'll kind of go from there. Just take our shots when we can get them.
Actually, Matt, this would have gone to 922. You had your target at 920. The first candle would have literally missed your TP by 2 points and then pulled back for like 21 points.
And let that be a lesson. I left that profit target order on, and it filled as a long, so I lost about $50 there.
Oh, whoopsies!
I didn't clear my orders because I had Bookmap up. So learn from my mistake, guys. Not an expensive mistake, thankfully.
Yeah, it's actually a Something that I do every single time I close a trade, I literally spam the exit and cancel all button. I click it like 5 times. Helps me.
Well, I'm like you, Nick. TradingView, I love the charting. It's not my favorite platform to execute on.
No,
because it doesn't allow the drag and drop stops and automatic that's annoying to me. Like, how do you not do that?
Yeah, no, I trade on Tradeify. But we are now crossing view up. It is still holding for now. It's trying to hold on, but the bears seem to push price down here.
Yeah, and there's liquidity layered up to 900. I think we got a really good chance of testing 900 here.
900 is the low of yesterday's 50-minute opening range, so I see that makes sense. We do have a nice wick here from 6 a.m. today, and again from 1 a.m. today. Let's see what we can cook up for the chat.
I would say a 900 test is very likely here.
Yep. A reversal from 900 could be a nice move. Yeah, that's correct. Boundless. That's also yesterday's midpoint, 904. We did almost touch it, 905.
There's orders at 905, 902, and 900. So we'll see if we've got the liquidity to go fill those.
Yeah, Drew, can we see that bookmap screen again? Super interesting now. So when you have Bookmap open, Matt, what are you specifically looking at?
Just looking like basically for this right here, order stacking, right? Little individual lines I'm not as worried about, but when we have areas of liquidity where things stack up, it's a high probability of clearing those orders if we're close enough to them. As you see, we just did, right? So now let's see, you want to break a 900, do we start seeing some liquidity pop up overhead, right? So maybe people that had buy stops down here, if they want to sell up at 920, 930, etc., those orders will hit the books pretty quick.
We still have a pretty strong level there at 890. If we come down that far.
The other thing that I watch for traditionally on Bookmap, and again, I haven't used it for a while except for on this stream the last couple of days, so I haven't had a chance to just kind of sit and stare at it a while. One of the things you see when these orders clear like this, right? So we saw 905, 902, 900 clear. Then price moves away. If you see the second layering come in here, again, that's more sellers more buyers and or short sellers, whatever the case may be, right? Whether profit targets, etc. When you see price run away from an area that it just cleared and it starts to fill in again, that can be an indication we're heading back down to that level. Not always. This is no different than candlesticks, guys. There's no pattern that is 100% of the time accurate. And again, I use this as much for confirmation for trades I'm already in as looking to get in trades.
We are trying to push through that 900 level to the downside. Seems like the sellers want it.
Well, some liquidity at 980 and or 890 and 887 dropped in. You can see this pretty quickly as price was running through the 900 level.
It's funny also, since more people joined the chat and the poll, it actually switched to 42% all-time highs and 27% to the lows. So the bulls win again in the chat. It's a common pattern here at Tradeify TV.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Finga, we were in shorts earlier. That is correct. However, we did move our stops shortly before market open because we did not want to get run over by a truck. At least I didn't.
Not on my to-do list for today.
Charles, you gotta join earlier if you want to know these things. If you want to know where Mariam is, you gotta join in when Tradeify TV starts.
Yeah,
No, she's not here today. She'll be back tomorrow.
She said it yesterday. She is leaving the show to open her own matcha brand. Matcha Mommy brand matcha.
Yeah, she actually opened 17 locations in, Matt, where?
LA. In and around LA.
LA. And yeah, you're right, Finger. The shorts would have played out well. I got stopped out for 6 points. I'll take those 6 points.
Yeah, see, no edge in liquidity right now. There's few orders stacked above, few below. There's no. Occasionally, you'll see. I will tell you this now, and this isn't always the easiest thing for like a day trading setup, right? But every now and then, a couple times a month, maybe 3-4 times a month, you will see, like, you zoom out on this, you will see a big band of liquidity. This isn't one. This is pretty small. That's maybe 50, 60, 70 points above or below where price action is currently. Like a 200-300 contract order just sitting there. More often than not, that order will get filled. Now, it might not be right away. In fact, there's times I've been in, that's one of those like if it's 70, 80 points away, that's one of those 2 or 3 micro trades where you give it like 50 points of breathing room, right? It's not 100%, but more often than not, big liquidity on the board, given enough time, will fill. Breaking down here.
Also, very important, Leah, she said, I'm still a little bitter, I must admit, seeing that TP get hit hurt. Leah, what's super important when you trade, like every trade, once you're in, I mean, you can't really do anything. The trade is out of your control. Yes, you can trail your stop. And when you trail your stop, that is a conscious decision that you make that because of the price that you currently see, right? And when you then get stopped out and it does hit TP after, always remind yourself, the reason why you moved your stop to the position you moved it to was because it made sense to you in that moment based on what information you had at that time. Afterwards, once it did hit TP, obviously it's like, oh, I should have just held it. It hit TP. Yeah, but hindsight trading is always easy, right? Instead of now being bitter about that, be happy that you protected your capital, that you made the right decision in that moment as it made sense to you, and now focus on that next trade. It doesn't do you any good if you focus on that trade that got you on that stop loss. And would have hit TP after, because hindsight trading is it's a real enemy here.
Yeah, because the next time you'll hold it through the open and it'll run up, right? And again, just remember, we've seen what is the behavior of the markets right now, like fairly decent size moves at the open. I mean, that's of course always the case, but and it seems to be up or down without much rhyme or reason over the course of the last 2 or 3 weeks. So at that point, we were approximately break even. We were a little bit in the money as we move towards the open, right? At that point, though, volume's coming in, and the trade is a coin flip at that point. And I don't want coin flip odds. We don't get in this game for coin flip odds. You want a coin flip odds, go to Vegas and play. But yeah, I'm getting a little data interruption here. It looks like. Oh, there we go. So again, we want, even if it's 52, 53, 55%, statistically, that's an edge. When we're just playing for a coin flip, that's not how you consistently build accounts.
Right, now we're holding VWAP from the downside. It's acting as a zone of resistance.
Bookmap doesn't really operate on a time frame, Trader King. You can zoom in and zoom out. Again, there's no you can put candles here. They look ugly as shit, but and plus, like that's my one. Like Bookmap is not cheap to begin with, and like even little things like MACD and RSI, they want to charge you for, so they can get effed for that. But
Bookmap, you gotta get Bookmap for the Bookmap for the bubbles, not the candles.
Yeah, you can play with the bubbles too. You can make them really big,
nice,
really tiny. They keep kind of in the midpoint there. Yeah, I'll play around with this, guys. And on the NQ, I usually like to use an order screener anyway. Get any orders that are 10 or less off the books, and just so you can see some of the bigger orders. And again, it is what it is, guys. It's just a tool.
Michael Zoo, and so the barcode begins. Dude, don't jinx it, man.
Yeah. No, that's great he said that. Now we got somebody to blame. Okay, so we are kind of rejecting, pull this back up here. Rejecting, I was about to say we were rejecting VWAP. We aren't now. Important candle here. Unfortunately, we're only a couple minutes into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for now, that 50-minute opening range is sitting between, let's see, 22,944 and 22,889.50 on NASDAQ.
I do have a question for the chat. Actually, maybe if we background Nick could get this up in a poll. I'm curious how many of you use your phone as your primary trading computer, if that makes sense.
Wow.
Like you do the majority of your charting and trading on your phone. I'm really curious on this.
My guess is that's a Forex trader thing.
My guess is it's more common than we think it is.
You think?
Yeah, we'll see. If most of your trading and charting is done on your phone, that's a yes versus a no. I'm not talking about like you have an alert on your phone or you close a trade on your phone. I've done that before, but I'm talking you get into and out of, like, the primary trading is your.
Monzo, how is that possible? Don't even ask. You don't want to do it.
Well, I just asked. I've had 2 separate conversations in the last 3 days with traders about trading on their phone. And I'm not going to tell you never do it. I'll wait a little bit for this rant because it may take a few minutes. But
The Big Short saying, "Get DGen Nick on stream." We will. Stay patient. He's going to come on later today. And also, speaking of coming on later today, we're going to have Coach Tank coming on at 10 a.m. So in 15 minutes. Coach Tank with the wisdom.
I swear to God, if we just barcode between -1 standard deviation and VWAP, I'm calling a market maker and cursing them out.
Well, if we barcode between standard deviation and VWAP, I'm just going to take shorts and longs all day.
Like, I'm going to go full Karen on somebody.
Trading from an iPad is slightly better than from a phone, but it's still awful in my opinion. See, PMPFX, that's what I say. Like, Forex traders are the guys who trade on the phone. I swear.
Forex traders you think futures traders are degenerates. Holy crap. The few Forex traders I've met in wow. I mean, it's epic levels of degeneracy. Even background Nick would be like, calm down.
So the poll is saying 89% desktop, 11% mobile. See, Matt, we don't have that many degens here.
Okay.
Just some. ES is indeed stronger. Mimi Saya, that is correct. ES is approaching that range high again, while NQ is still struggling below VWAP. It's a similar pattern. It's a similar pattern in the last couple of days. VWAP showing more strength than NASDAQ. VWAP usually above VWAP. ES usually above VWAP, while NASDAQ is below VWAP. So, starting to form this habit. Yeah, PMPFX, I agree. Tradeify on mobile is awful. I'm not going to say I didn't try. I did. But I prefer desktop over phone. Like, it's not even a comparison anymore at this point.
Multi-wick rejection of VWAP here. Be curious to see where this candle closes. If we close down a little closer to -1 standard deviation, maybe we get a move. We want to see early in the day, guys, even if, again, do I think today is going to be a huge range day up or down? As I sit here right now, I do not. Of course, that can change at any point. But we do want to see a nice expansion of price action, right? Like, I wanted to see one more candle that got us below -1 standard dev here, right? Because that'll expand the dev bands, and it just gives us more room and real estate to work with.
If I could, I would trade on the desktop, but I can't, probably because of a full-time job she's working. And I think that's something that a lot of people have or are doing here in the chat. Matt, what is your take on that? If somebody says, I would like to trade on desktop, but I can't because I am working a job, I am doing something else that's important and I can't pull out a computer. Like, should they rather trade on their phone or should they not trade? What's your take?
Oh, okay, I'm not ready for the rant yet. You gotta give me. Let's get through the top of the hour, and then I'm gonna rant on this.
Nah, top of the hour is when Coach Tan comes up.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right. Okay, well, give me this candle.
I'll give you that candle.
I gotta like rev up for this one.
All right, the 5-minute one.
My VWAP is just for the day, for the whole session. So my VWAP resets at 6 Eastern.
Same for me.
Yeah, just I anchored VWAP. I know is a thing, especially in stock trading. You know, you can anchor to recent earnings or news or something like that, and I have found that there's an edge there. But in futures, I haven't necessarily found a big edge in terms of anchoring to specific events or times, because some days it's just not going to work no matter what. And so those days I don't want to be tied to it. And then there's days like today, it's acting as support, acting as resistance. The dead bands are acting as support or resistance. So that's nice. That's great. That sets up for, you know, we already had a break-even trade. Nick made a little money on a rejection level. So again, those types of days are, you know, if this day continues like it, are great because they give us really good risk rewards on trades, right?
We are consolidating right below VWAP in the lower 50% of the 15-minute opening range. By the way, the 50-minute opening range is fully established now. It is sitting between 22,944 and 22,889.75, actually 889.50 on the NASDAQ. Matt, the 5-minute candle is over.
Nick, hello.
Give me the rant.
Just give me a minute, man. You're up for this.
I can't wait what you're gonna say.
No, it's not going to be that groundbreaking or anything. Like I feel like you're hyping it up way more than it needs to be hyped up right now.
If you say you need a couple of minutes to come up with that rant, I mean, it must be something big.
Not really. All right. Well, you can cut in on me, Nick, if you take a trade or if there's any price action we need to take a look at. So this is a conversation and kind of a thing I've had over the years. And listen, I get it, right? Like, it's not, I mean, like I said, I've closed some trades on phones. I really like setting alerts on my mobile trading view. Like, because if we're barcoding out, like it's after the show, we're barcoding, but I'm really interested in a particular level. I'll set the alert on my desktop, and I love Trading View Mobile because it gives you almost instantaneous alerts. So I can go walk my dog, and if there's something like the trade, it was like 2-3 weeks ago, I had a trade that I made right before the end of the show, ended up hitting the profit target. That was great. I set alerts to trigger on my phone, and the trade closed for profit when I was walking my dog. Actually, my dog was squatting in the middle of a giant crap when the trade alert hit. That's a true story. You know, so I get the convenience that phones have, and I understand that maybe people are in a situation where one of two things: either A, they're busy during the trading session, right? They're at their desk at their job, or especially if you have a job that's on your feet, moving around, doing that kind of stuff. It's very, very difficult. Or there's people in a situation they're first getting into this, and they don't really maybe have an updated laptop and really can't afford one right now, especially with the prices of electronics nowadays. So I get all that. And this, so I'm going to talk from my perspective, and I'm not picking on anybody here or saying absolutely do not do this. I'm just going to tell you my perspective on this. I mean, if you can execute, first of all, you're going to get slippage on your phone, and sim account, live account, whatever. It's going to take an extra half to full second for your orders to hit everything and get confirmed, get filled, and that adds up. Even if you have a winning strategy, losing 6 to 8 ticks on the NQ, point and a half, maybe 2 points, that's going to add up over time. You're going to cost yourself profits. You're going to cost yourself, small losses, maybe medium-sized loss. You get it, right? But for me, I need to be, Mark Douglas, trading in the zone. I need to be in my zone. Okay, I've been very open since this show started that it's been a major adjustment for me, and that's a reason, not an excuse for anything, right? But I am accustomed to, when I sit down at this desk, right? I'm sitting here, screens in front of me, camera, lights are on. It's business time, right? It is time to trade. It is time to host a show in this case, right? So I have my space that it's time to work. When I was before my fiance and I bought this house, we moved in together, I had a desk in my own place that was only for trading. If I wanted to play a video game or so, I had another place for that. When I sit at that desk, in fact, it was a big L-shaped desk. I couldn't take it with me because it wouldn't fit down the stairs here. But when I'm facing one way, it is trading time. If I'm pivoted to the L, it's usually content or filming something, right? And so, especially over time, over about 6 years I had that setup, it became second nature, right? Sit down, it is fucking go time, right? It is time to do what I do. Every trading psychologist that's out there, from Mark Douglas to Steenbarger, highly recommends having a dedicated trading space. As I've worked with clients over the years, that'll be one of the first things I tell them. I will say, find a small, I don't care, you got a small studio apartment in a big city, whatever, find a corner that you can put a small desk in, or even a corner of your bed that you sit on, you pull a mobile desk at, whatever. That is your trading space. When you are there, it is time to trade. Again, this is and I'm not picking on anyone specifically. And Leigh, I know you take this very seriously, so I know you've been commenting. I appreciate you putting that out there. But but some people that are new to the game don't take it seriously because they're trading on their phone. It's no different, especially with the prop firms now, right? Tradeify, you can get in for less than $100 on most sales, right? It's honestly too many people, and I don't mean to pick on the younger people, but this, go back in my day on this, but it is mostly traders younger than I am, that it's like, I know there was one guy that showed me his TradingView app on his phone. This was about 2 years ago at an event, and it was in the same folder as all his daily fantasy. Okay, so that right there tells me exactly how he's treating it. All right, it's just another game for him. And yet trading has the ability to open far more doors than your FanDuel app, right? So part of it is a mentality, and part of it is just you want to be in a specific place where it's time to trade. And guys, you don't need a heavy-duty laptop to trade. You can find, a sale. Next time there's a sale, you get, again, you don't need a heavy graphics card to trade. It's nice when you can, but if you have a little extra money, you spec up your RAM, you spec up your processor, you leave a stock graphics card, and you buy 100. Second monitors now are $100, if that, right? You can get a 1080 for less than that. So you can have a laptop, a nice second screen, and everything you need for $400 or $500 on certain sales, right? So for me, it is as much of a physical issue as it is a mental issue. I've always told people, if you have, because people say, well, I work during the day, I can only trade the first. That's great. Then just trade the first hour or the last hour or the middle. Again, I don't want to say never trade on your phones, because I do understand that there's very unique circumstances. But for me, guys, I just think you're creating. This is hard enough already. Okay, trading is hard enough already. You're creating so many more problems for yourself than, guys, I have an iPhone, a new iPhone. The data jumps all over the place sometimes depending on where I am, right? So that doesn't matter if I'm scrolling Twitter or posting something on Instagram. It would definitely matter if I'm making a multi-$1,000 trade, right? So have a space that is for your trading if you're able. Have a dedicated computer for your trading if you're able. And again, realize this is not a hobby. This is not even a job. It's a career. And in a lot of ways, it's a lifestyle. So the more serious you're taking, and I'm not picking on anybody specifically, and there are people that I know that are trading on phones or iPads that do take it very seriously. But if you're, it's just one more obstacle to remove. I don't know if that makes sense. I kind of danced around that a little bit, but I never advocate trading on your phones. There's just too many other things that can go wrong.
Well, Matt, you lived up to the hype. That was some gold. It was way better than you said it's gonna be. Why are you lying?
Always undersell it.
Very true. Under promise, over deliver.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're just a few minutes from being joined with Coach Tank for Tanks Tuesday. So naturally, the markets have decided to barcode out on us here. Since basically we got this first 5-minute candles. Boy, these markets can go do something to themselves.
They're gonna go crazy again once Tank comes on and everybody wants to listen to Tank. But then we take trades. I mean, it has to be that way,
Boy, it's interesting. We've had some strong pushes below 900. We can't sustain it.
Nope. 900 is still strong.
Yeah. Okay, we've got some layering of liquidity. 880 could be on deck here.
Yeah, 880 potentially, but I do expect a bounce from there.
Well, and to continue that PMP, like I always tell people, your first payout. I mean, listen, if you got bills to pay or whatever, and you need that money that's great. Your first payout should be reinvesting in your trading business, right? Because that's what it is. It's a business. You guys have heard me on this show say many times, you should have a business plan. You should have a SWOT analysis. You should have everything for your trading business. So your first $2,000-$3,000 payout, buy yourself a nice desk and a shiny brand new fast laptop or desktop or whatever. Upgrade your internet, whatever you need to do. You're investing in your business at that point. I don't know how it works overseas, but especially in the States, guys, once you start getting some payouts, it's worth sitting down with an accountant. Would it be best to incorporate, right, and pass your income through an LLC? Is it, guys, in that situation, a lot of stuff is you can write it off, right? Every you can write off. I don't know what you can write off as far as the prop firms, but like you buy a new computer for your trading LLC.
There's the push, by the way.
Yeah, there we go. Right down to 880, right down to that level of liquidity. Now that's step 10, guys. I don't want to say do that now when you're, bombing out your 10th or 12th eval in a row, but that is something to, again, part of your business plan, maybe 6 months or a year into your trading career. If you're having some success, go see an accountant and see what makes sense based on your state.
We are getting that bounce that I said from the 880s. The question is, how high do we go? It was more like a bounce from the 870s, to be fair.
Yeah, like I said, all your subscriptions, like your Bookmap, I don't know specifically about prop firm accounts and activation. I don't know about that. So that would be worth asking an accountant. But yeah, if you don't have an LLC, if trading is generating income for you, any equipment or subscriptions, guys, if you have a trading business, you can, part of your every year, part of my house is written off as an office, right? Now it's not going to spare you from every bit of tax, but every little bit helps.
Yeah, definitely. Also, guys, we mentioned it before, but in the background here, I see our one and only Coach Tank getting ready. So stay tuned. He's going to come on very shortly, and we're going to have some good times. Some good times with the UK Asanka.
It is almost Tank time on Tank Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's going to be totally top-notch talk with Coach Tank on Tuesday.
I'm a bit disappointed he's not wearing a white tee, but that's all right. As long as his top 3 buttons are open.
I was going to say he can't wear a shirt without buttons because they have to be unbuttoned.
Yeah, go for it, Tank. Unbutton them. No, don't close them. Leave it open. Good.
They can't see him. They don't know we're shit talking him when he's in the ready room in the back.
Hey, Joker is saying, Tank, help me, man. Drop some insane knowledge to get winners only. I think that's not the proper mindset, but it's certainly a good touch point for Coach Tank. Winners only.
All right, are we queued up in the background there, guys?
We hear Tank, but we don't see him yet.
All right, we are good. So, guys, there are not many guarantees in the trading business, but we can guarantee you on anytime Coach Tank is on this show, he is going to be dropping some amazing knowledge for you guys, helping you advance in your trading careers. He's our live trading coach here at Tradeify, so that should be a personal goal for you. Get into a live account with Tradeify, and you're going to get some both individual and group sessions with one of the best trading coaches and trading psychologists I've met. So let's introduce him. Guys, it is Tank Tuesday. If we could get some tanks in the chat, well, let's welcome him in. It is Coach Tank.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're well. A little bit earlier than before.
Yeah, a little. Are you nice and awake? It's like late afternoon there, right?
3 p.m.
3 p.m. All right. So coming off an afternoon nap and,
something like that. I actually mustered the strength to go for a run this morning.
Okay, nice.
Started
How far did you run?
10, just a 10K.
Nice. Quick and easy morning 10K.
Up to Hyde Park, once around Hyde Park and then back home.
That's a beautiful route. That's a very beautiful
route. Yeah. It's lovely in the mornings here in London. But I hope everyone's well. So far, such good chat. I mean, everything I've heard so far today, I heard you talking about charting on a phone, trading on a phone.
What's your take on that?
I was always taught that you're allowed to reduce risk when you're away from your desk. You're never allowed to add risk. So very simply, as you said, you can trail a stop loss, you can close a position, you can take partial profits, but placing risk, i.e. placing a position off your phone, the odds are you've not done the due diligence. The due diligence required, you might have missed something. Sometimes people are fat finger. You've heard fat finger trading. Finger trading, essentially where you make a operational error by you're doing everything right in the last moment, placing the wrong lot size, the wrong entry, the wrong stop. So easy to happen on a phone. Also, you kind of lose discipline. I was with somebody once on a sort of towards a Friday late afternoon, and he was talking about oil, and I never talk about financial markets when I've got a beer in my hand. That was another rule that we had, was once we sort of switched off from markets, we switched off and we chat about anything else other than, especially if you're having a drink. He actually had his phone out and was looking to place an oil position whilst we were probably 5 or 6 pints and 2 Jaeger bombs deep. And it was crazy really, because we got to Monday and he lost a lot of money, and he actually placed the position the completely opposite way that he was talking about. So instead of going long oil, he went short oil, got everything messed up. Yeah, completely. And this guy was actually a professional trader. He did it for a living, professional trader for a living, had a lot of money, very successful. But it just shows, we often talk about the sort of cognitive degradation once you've had a few drinks. You see it with people that play sport. Some people play a bit of sport and after a few beers they get a bit better, but then after a few more beers they drop off and they fall off a cliff. They can't hit a ball, or they do it with tennis or badminton, or usually the thing is with like table tennis or something, you're having a drink while playing table tennis with your mates and all of a sudden there's a hole in your racket, hole in your paddle. Same thing happens at making cognitive decisions at trading. So I'd really suggest that you certainly don't look to place trades when you're in a pub. You certainly don't look to place trades when you're out and about. And one rule to, essentially make all that effective is to just not place trades off your phone. The odds are, over the long run, over 10 years, you're going to make more mistakes than do things correctly. So yeah, absolutely. Reduce risk from your phone if you want to. The worst that can happen is you miss out on more profit, but you've reduced the risk. But adding risk is quite dangerous, I'd suggest. So no, definitely. I've seen guys in the gym opening up their charts mid reps, mid sets of crunches or mid sets of bench pressing. Just think, all your blood is in your pecs, and you decide to open up your phone and maybe put something on here, put something on there. It's not ideal. So yeah, I think my rule's always been if you're not in front of your charts, you've just not done the due diligence, and so it's not worth it really.
So what would so the counter response of somebody would say, okay, it's my only avenue for trading during most of the day. I'm at a job, I'm doing whatever. Is there a response to that, or is it just like, for me, I would just say, you still have to be very routine oriented, right? And if you're opening your phone and your charts in a different location every hour, every day, as opposed to, all right, well, you've got your phone at your desk when you're, doing your other job. To me, that would be, I don't want to say acceptable, but that's a little better way to do it than you're, like you said, mid-set. Your mind and or body is not prepared for trading at that point. Like what would your response be to that?
No, I agree. So if it's your only method, try and get a screen as big as possible, first of all, but also a tablet to some extent, I heard, but also a tablet is nowhere near your laptop. I'd also always invest in a mouse. Okay, I don't know if you can see this on my screen, but I think it's so important to chart with a mouse rather than a little touchpad. It just makes things a lot easier. Depends how skilled you are, of course. But yeah, I agree. If you can have a consistent environment, so if it is on your lunch break, at work, at your desk, on your phone, where you can concentrate and really, really apply yourself, then potentially that's acceptable. I think what creeps in with the phone is that when you start to do things on your phone, you do them everywhere on your phone because your phone is so portable. So that's where the danger creeps in. So yeah, I agree, Matt. That's a fair point. If that is your only avenue, then do it on your phone, but really, really consistently, in the sense, find a quiet space, find an office environment kind of thing where you're really concentrated. Don't think that because it's on your phone, you can sort of go around and do it anyway, because then also it becomes addictive, and the more addictive and the more random time you spend on it, the less quality you spend on it, and then you get addicted to it and you do it more and more, and then before you realize you're not doing it for the correct reasons. So yeah, it's very easy it's very easy for things to sort of creep in and become a sort of habit, and you don't want that to be the case. I used to have a rule when I was on dating apps. I don't know if anyone can relate to dating apps. I only utilized dating apps when I was on the loo. Okay, it's as simple as that. I made a rule that I'm not going to be that sort of person that's walking around or having a chat with friends or going to the pub or watching a movie with a friend of mine and open up a dating app. I had one rule, and that was my only way to sort of really, really think about what you're doing.
Wait, are you saying people that trade on the phone should only trade on the loo?
It's a very concentrate, quiet place, isn't it?
But yeah, that's
the, so maybe make it somewhere that's quite like you said, consistent. So if it was your lunch break and there was a spot that you can go to in a park or something like that, then yeah, your phone is acceptable, but certainly not sort of whilst you're in a traffic jam. Okay, again, I've seen that through my own vehicle. I've seen people opening up charts whilst they're in a traffic jam. So really keep it consistent. I think that's important. But if the phone is your only option, get as big a screen as possible, but also make it one consistent spot, not portable wherever you want to. So yeah, I think that's probably a fair shout.
So I the obvious follow-up question that I can't let go, I have to ask, of course, is did you meet your wife on the dating apps?
So you met your wife on the loo.
I mean, me too. I met my fiance on Bumble, so I get it. But yeah, that's so.
She knows. She knows.
So are you saying the first time you ever laid eyes on her, you were on the loo?
She knows. It was potentially going to be a topic at our wedding that I wasn't allowed to bring up. So.
Yes. Okay. Well,
You're
that's all right. That's.
But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because again, you're just sort of like understanding bad habits you get into and then putting in place something to try and mitigate. And again, that's something that you do need to do. Sorry guys for the honesty, but that's what you're going to get from me. Right. I don't think she's watching this time. She's actually doing some work, so I think we got away with that one. But yeah, I think if you identify something that's maybe creeping in and it's a little bit negative in your day-to-day or whatever it is, just put in little parameters to mitigate. And the same is with your trading. So if you realize that you're not paying attention. Some people don't place trades and they can't even remember the trades they placed even the following day because they were just so blasé in the matter. Change something so that you're really fully aware of everything you're doing, and you're making sure that you're doing everything with purpose. Because like you said earlier, Matt, try and make this a profession. If you want to make it a profession, you really got to give it as much thought. So there's different ways to skin a cat. We've said that, but there definitely are things that, in my opinion, are do's and don'ts. And I think a big don't is placing risk whilst on the move, placing risk whilst not in a correct mental state where you've not given the market your full due diligence. Because, guys, we've got to kind of respect the market a little bit. Don't sort of take the piss out of it and think that it's always going to just owe you money. It's not the case. Like you would with a normal job, try not to take the piss, do your job properly. Get yourself in the correct frame of mind. That's something I was going to talk about today was, how I would start the day, how I'd, again, it's very difficult because it's very different for everybody. I mean, like you said now, Matt, you're getting used to now how you have to start your day is different because of this current role you have.
I underestimated its effect. I really did. I mean, I'll own the shit out of that. That was such a disruption. I like it. I love doing the show, and my personal trading is adjusting, and I'm trying to do more in the afternoons now. But yeah, I underestimated the effect. Yeah,
that's the thing, isn't it? It's so interesting how just I mean, it's not a small thing, actually. It's quite a big thing in your instance. But, people have just moved house. People have just, I know students, I keep saying students because I used to lecture, but traders, live traders that used to, they've just had a baby, they've just moved house, they've got a promotion, they've got extra hours. All these little adjustments are really, really tricky to make. And we are creatures of habit. So once you get into a nice routine and it gets disheveled a little bit, it does take a bit of time. And something I'd suggest is maybe I had a chat today. I had a session with a client this morning actually, and we kind of suggested go back to demo trading. Okay, he's had a change in his structure, and I said go back to paper trading, prove to yourself that you can still be as effective without the burn of losing real capital. The moment you do that, then step up a little bit, go back to your live account, but maybe trade at only half risk per trade. Prove that you can then apply that correctly in this new environment. And we've just decided today, he's now got a 4-week program that we're going to sort of get to full maximum risk again by his parameters. Yeah. But when I say maximum risk, we said mid-August sort of thing. So again, it's just recalibrating, understanding what you need to do, changing things up, but take risk off the table if you're not sure. If you're not in a position where you don't feel like you're at your very best because of the change of environment or changing your personal situation, take the risk off, guys. We don't have to be risking the same amount every time. Halve it if you want to. Go demo if you want to. Prove to yourself that you deserve the right to trade risk. I think that's something that's really, really important. So that's the sort of thing that I would look to try and do, changing it up. And it is difficult. I agree. COVID did that to me when we were at home the whole day, every day. I had a dog, so I had a little beagle, take him for a walk around the block. I started running half marathons, just for fun. And then I was a lot smaller than this. I got a lot smaller. And then push-ups and stuff. And I was just trying to distract myself because of my environment had changed. So you've really got to try and work things out, have honest conversations with yourself, but try and look at it as a professional role, I think is something I must say. And, that does mean stepping back, reassessing the best way to do things. And it's not always going to have the conversation you want to have, which is less than ideal, but you can work it out, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's something I've always heard and taught and retaught and relearned over the years is that, trading, and Mark Douglas hits on this in the preface of The Disciplined Trader, where he talks about most people are not emotionally, psychologically ready for the complete and total freedom that trading gives, right? You've had, I know you and I have talked, we've both had jobs in the past, regular jobs, right? You have a boss, you have specific duties that you're supposed to fulfill. Trading is not structured like that. There is nothing forcing us to be in or out of a trade at any given time, and it's a whole different mindset that a lot of people are not prepared for.
No, I completely agree, and that is exactly why it's kind of to the extent of a professional athlete or professional artist. They need managers, they need coaches. You know, Cristiano Ronaldo would not be a billionaire if he didn't have a manager. Simple as that. Okay, based on his talent, based on his determination and his willingness to train, to get up in the morning, have a six-pack, be beautiful, all that shit. He didn't have a manager and he didn't have somebody overseeing him, he would not get to where he got to. And as a trader, that's very difficult, because you imagine yourself as someone that has skills, has drive, has a bit of time, has talent, whatever it might be, but you also need to manage yourself, and you also need to coach yourself to continue to keep standards and make improvements. So, you know, one of my best friends, she's got her first professional art gallery this weekend here in London, actually. And her first ever commissioned mural was my kitchen. Yeah. So I drew it, she did it, I commissioned it, I paid for it. And then thereafter, I said to her, now kick on, go and do this. You've got such a good skill set, go and do this. Nothing really came of it. So she needed someone to manage her. She needed someone to book things. So you can have talent, you can have drive, but you also need to have this sort of like corporate awareness. And that's something that a lot of traders don't have, because we are just normal people. But I guarantee if you had a manager, more than half the people here trading, if they had a assigned risk manager and an assigned manager to be on top of them, everything they did, they'd get so much more juice out of them. Just like Cristiano, he wouldn't have got anywhere if he didn't have a manager. Even Ed Sheeran, if Ed Sheeran didn't have a manager, he would not be where he is today, even with that talent. So we know
who to blame for Ed Sheeran then, huh?
You're not an Ed Sheeran fan.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
But this is the thing. So unfortunately, a lot of us don't have that, because we're kind of like, I don't know, really good artists or really good athletes, but we don't have a manager. We don't have someone making the deals. We don't have people telling us where to be, when to be there, telling us that we should do this because it's a good opportunity. You should invest in that. I heard you talking about investment, for instance, and writing off. By the way, guys, you can write off all of your subscriptions as well. Okay, you got a TradingView subscription, write it off. You got a Bloomberg subscription, write it off. You got an FT subscription, write it off. You know, all these things can go down in your company as overheads. But the idea is, you know, where should you invest in yourself? Sometimes a manager helps you with all of that, and helps get the most out of you, and that's what managers do. I mean, we're watching Wimbledon here. All the coaches, all the trainers, the managers of these players, they talk so much about the sponsorships, the money they need, the endorsements they need. Roger Federer has just become a billionaire, by the way. Okay, tennis player Roger Federer has just become a billionaire. He has only won $100 million on the court. Okay, he's won $100 million on the court. Only. And he was there yesterday watching Novak, actually. He's really cute. But you know, he's only won $100 million on the court, but he's now a billionaire. And that's due to his management team. Okay, his corporate management team, strategic management team, all thyou kind of things. And we kind of need to do that for ourselves as well, which is really difficult, because otherwise we're just going to be you know, pinning the tail on the donkey. Is that something you have there? Pinning a tail on the donkey, just hitting a piñata. Yeah, you just kind of swing in, and every now and then you hit, and you know, you get a little payout. So consistency comes from quality management, in my opinion. And when you're trading for yourself, unfortunately, unless you can assign yourself to maybe I'll create some sort of trader management system. That might be a company. That might be a great company. But yeah, you know, someone that basically is explaining to you, you're doing well, slow down, you're doing bad, change your risk here, let's do this. It gets the most out of you, really. Ronaldo would have had a manager, a management team telling him, don't make that move, don't go and play there, don't sign that endorsement, and so on and so forth. You know, these are sorts of things that we have to do for ourselves, make these decisions, which are quite tricky. Learn from people, talk to people. Someone like people that have had successful careers in other forms, you know. I met a friend of, well, the guy that used to work in my old company doing all of our media knows Nick. Yeah, he follows Nick. He's a camera guy. He loves a little camera, and he knows Nick, and he understands the sort of career that Nick had, and it was a very successful career, or is a successful career in that field. So talk to people like that and be like, how did you manage to convert being good at making videos to an actual business? And then apply those kind of things to yourself, because you're kind of trying to create your own personal business here, but you need a bit of help. It's difficult. I completely agree.
So, Coach Tank, when you work with our live traders, are they typically already treating it as an actual business, or is that something that you help them kind of like adapt that mentality?
Yeah, it's tricky really, because some of them are still happy to do this as just a bit of beer money, a bit of side money. And if it goes tits up, they don't really care. They've got alternative incomes that are the majority of their income. So it really depends on the percentage household income that trading brings to an individual. I think there are some people that are happy with trading being a 20% income, and if they lose it, doesn't change their life. If they get that 20% at the end of the month, brilliant. Extra things, extra holiday, extra beer, extra things for the kids, whatever it might be. But there are some people that they're at 50-50, and the trading is becoming a bit more important, so they understand they do need to make more, or solidify the foundation a bit more and kind of turn it into a business. So it depends where people are on that spectrum. And I've had all sorts, and there's some people, they're full-time traders. Yeah, so they definitely are trying to make this a full-time income, but a lot of them are still yet to see this as a business. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. It might be because of the sort of social media around trading and the sort of a little bit of the hype, a little bit of the sort of big wins, the sort of dollar signs, this kind of thing. Basically, there's still a lot of people that see it as gambling. Like you said, that chap with his apps, his trading was in the sort of gambling apps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that still kind of see it like that, and you're never going to see it as a business if you put it in that, like literally in that category on your phone. So I think it's important that a lot of people sort of try and create a business plan, a business model. I'm sure you had one of those, Nick, when you decided to elevate your camera work and kind of said, right, if I'm going to take this to another level, I'm not just going to make more films. I'm going to work out a business plan, and I need know what I need to do, where I need to invest. And it's the same thing.
To kind of like close that full circle,
Did we lose him?
Oh, okay. I thought I was lost.
No,
it was Nick.
I was too. I'm looking at all my charts like, what the hell? All right, so
what a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
sure it was a very deep, meaningful question.
Wow. Sorry about that. That was my Chrome shutting down for whatever reason. What I was about to say was my business plan actually was hiring a coach, because I sucked at marketing and sales and I had no idea how to get clients. I was back in 2016. I was getting clients by word of mouth, like everybody does, right? I got a client here, a client there, 1 a month, 2 a month, maybe. Worst experience I ever had was somebody coming in asking me to do a video for them. In return, they would give me a bag of candy. It was a candy company, and I was like, okay, I really got to change things here. So I actually started looking for coaches and mentors who would help me, learn marketing and sales. So this is kind of like full circle, having you on right now, doing the exact same thing with traders who are running a business. Basically, it's just in a little bit of a different form.
No, that's brilliant, and it's such a good, it's such an example of self-awareness that you realized, I'm good. I've got some skills, but there's some skills that I do need to essentially outsource or learn because I'm only ever going to get so far. And the same thing applies to trading, really. If you wanted to make a bit of money, and I said that to all of our live traders. I said, our discussions that I'm having with them and the sessions we're having, I'm not looking for a 1 week fix or a 2 week fix or a monthly fix or even a quarterly fix. Our conversations and the plans that we're drawing out and the programs we're putting together are kind of for an 8 to 10 year fix. And that's the idea. We're not trying to just get a quick buck in the next month. It's about setting a foundation for the next 8 to 10 years. And sometimes you need to strip it back. And also sometimes you need to invest. And I think you're spot on. You identified that as a company overhead. You know, it's kind of like having a stall and saying, oh, I need to pay for a roof. You need a roof. It's simple as that. Pay for the roof. You know, if you need security, pay for security. Don't have a nightclub without security. You need security. Nightclub's not going to work. So they're just overheads. And I think, you know, as the quicker you identify that, and like you said, Matt, you said invest back into your business as any business model would. Any business would suggest, you know, your first few months are not about profit making. They're about setting up a foundation whereby you can then make profit without stumbling. And it's identifying where you need to essentially bolster. And there's a little bit of learning. If it's a faster computer, I think minimum you need for trading is like an i5 processor, something like that. I'm not the most techie of chaps, but I think it's an i5 for trading. So, you know, identify what you need. Get 2 screens. Okay, I think if you're trading one screen, you are so, you know, I don't even open up spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets without 2 screens now. So get your screens. Like you said, they're so cheap to get an extra monitor these days. Get a few screens, invest in your setup, make it a finite amount. Okay, don't go crazy and then just start to buy all the craziest gadgets, because again, a lot of people end up doing that. They like to get into gadget buying. You don't need all the craziest gadgets. Just work out what you need. Guess it. If there's something else you need, like a subscription, purchase a subscription, trial the subscription, information wise I'm talking here, and understand what it is you're going to need to make a real go of this. Otherwise it's not really worth half-arsing, if you ask me. And I think that's what a lot of people think they can do because of the sort of frequency or the ease of getting a new account or failing, getting a SIM account, from the SIM account going back to live, this kind of thing. I think it's a bit too easy for everybody here. It's kind of like getting fired and then just walking back in, knocking back on the door and saying, can I have that job back, please? And then saying, yeah, sure. So no one seems to be afraid of losing an account, which in my mind is crazy. But it's because I've always come from, apart from when I started institutionally, I've always come from my fund is my fund. So if I lose it, you know, it's a large amount of money that is mine. So I kind of look after it and treat it with a lot of respect. Whereas I think a lot of people in the prop firm space still don't really integrate it as their own money. They kind of see it as borrowed money. If it comes and goes, who gives a shit? We'll reload and go again.
Yeah.
And that means that you don't apply yourself properly. So really, really try and understand that, you know, you're creating a business here for longevity, with longevity in mind. And yeah, you need to make investments where they're due. You need to talk to people. You need to understand what's realistic. You need to work out your best avenues. It's very difficult by yourself. Like I said, Cristiano Ronaldo did not have a manager. He would have got nowhere. He would never have even got to Man United from Sporting Lisbon. He'd still be in Sporting Lisbon probably. He would have never made that break. It was his manager, yeah? So really important, I think, that you understand that we need help. Okay, we're professionals, but we need help also. Every professional has someone to help them, okay? Don't think that Elon is Elon by himself. Don't think that Bezos was Bezos by himself. Even these guys, or, you know, even like big directors at these investment banks, they have teams and they have people to talk to and they have help. So it'd be ridiculously arrogant of us to assume that we can do all of this by ourselves and make a job of it, make a career of it without asking for some help. So reach out to people, okay, email people. You know, if someone's selling you something that's too good to be true, unfortunately, the odds are it might be too good to be true. Because there's also that sort of situation, unfortunately, around trading where people are sort of selling bullshit and, you know, people are desperate and so they buy bullshit. So I was on the radio here in the UK. I've done a few radio shows here in the UK, national radio. And one of the questions I was posed was about scamming. Okay, so I was asked about basically the increase in phone scamming amongst the elderly.
Yeah.
That was a question she proposed to me, and I wasn't even told I was going to be talking about that. But I just thought about my mum and dad, to be honest, and the amount of shit they've bought. I think my mum's bought about about £4,000 worth of Le Creuset that has never turned up. Okay, so
Wow.
Yeah. So the idea is if something sounds too good to be true, check it. Again, if you're looking to do a course with somebody, or if you're looking to maybe say, someone says, buy this course, $300. If it doesn't work for you, you can get another one for $150. Just ask someone, be like, what do you think about this? Does this seem legit? Am I actually going to get anything from this? So it's really, really important, I think, that you sort of seek help, but also seek validated help, rather than just sort of throwing your money around. That's sort of my my advice in that sense.
Yeah.
One question I have before we kind of turn it over to, I don't know if you have anything prepared for today, or we'll take questions. But so now that you've been here for a little while, you've worked with a lot of the live traders one-on-one, and we're I think it's always helpful to talk about like those conversations and what you're helping them get better at. But what are some of the things, maybe the characteristics that separate those who are struggling in evals to those that eventually get to live? Like what are the people that get to a live? They've gotten a few payouts. They've had some level of success, as much as you're trying to help them go even further. But what are some of the common characteristics or things that those live traders have in common that maybe newer traders or traders struggling in evals lack?
I think they're very honest, and they're very consistent. I've seen someone just ask me about journaling trades, for instance. A lot of them are actually already using the journal function with Tradeify, and they're actually using that information, those statistics. So as far as I'm concerned, you learn from every single trade you've taken. Every single trade you've taken should be a bit of data that goes into your mind, goes into a spreadsheet if you'd rather, and you should understand, right, if I did this and this and this kind of thing happened. Okay, that information should be stored, it should be used. The same way companies use your data, we should be using this data to understand what's best going forwards. And a lot of the traders that have got to live are very, very aware of their system and the flaws in their system. And they understand where their flaws are. Just a lot of them are struggling to plug those flaws, essentially. So they've done so much self-reflection, and they understand, when they're most likely to fall off a cliff, when they're most likely to do something silly, when they're most likely to basically be too frightened to get into the market, all these kind of things. So their self-awareness, their self-reflection, they've gained from journaling, from writing things down, from really reflecting on every trade. I don't journal every trade. Somebody asked that, I just saw it pop up. If I was going to go through a period where I wasn't hitting the targets I was meant to hit in terms of hit rates, if I saw that drop off a little bit, then I'll fall back to beginner, journal everything. But at the moment, I don't feel the need to, because the numbers are where they ought to be in terms of hit rates and returns. So I would always start that way until you get to a position where you've got some consistent gains. And then if you ever feel that drop off a little bit, then we'll start to think about journaling again. But I don't journal every trade, absolutely not. Every trade is recorded, absolutely. So every risk toward ratio that's successful, every risk toward ratio that's unsuccessful, every average win, average loss, time of days of the week, duration post open, duration, so trade entrance post, the distance from the open, the distance from the close, the distance from data. All of these metrics are recorded, but in terms of the individual trade setups, I'd only go back to that and really dive into that, recording everything if I saw a slight reduction in performance. So as it stands, it's exactly right. I expect it to be exactly where it should be, in my opinion. Could I get more out of it? Possibly. Do I want to? Not really. So if I wanted to improve the performance as well, then I'll go to journaling. But if I'm in a happy place, in my opinion, there's no need to, as long as you've still got the raw stats, yeah, and that you get from your journal in terms of your overall trading. Individual trades, I'd only get involved if I felt that performance was dropping off for some reason, or if I wanted to improve performance for whatever reason.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Do you have something prepped for today, or should we go into more questions?
We can have more questions if you want. I was going to talk a little bit about my sort of routine. There was a nice FTSE trade this morning on the open, but sort of understanding how I choose things. I think it's probably something that I might do in a bit more depth, because I've just realized that, like, we could get into it, but actually, I'm talking about, I start my day, or even before I've even started trading, guys, I understand exactly how much the UK is exporting to the US as a percentage of our GDP, as an example. Why? Because in terms of trade tariffs, I need to understand the impact it's going to have on the FTSE 100. I'll do the same with the CAC. I'll do the same with the German DAX. We need to know exactly what percentage of the German exports are their BMWs and their Mercedes going to the US, and what impact European trade tariffs are going to have on the German stock market. So for me, understanding international trade is really, really important. It's a really important aspect, understanding the strength of a currency, which has an impact on the index, but also the belief in a country's index based on its exports. So it's quite a long-winded reverse engineering where I start from to place in a trade. So maybe we'll save that for a whole session on Thursday, because I did promise a lot of people I was going to show them how I traded today, but I could show very quickly, but it's a very basic technical setup. If you want, should we get that going?
Absolutely. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Why not? Let's have a look.
I know that Drew mentioned something about your screen share is not properly working, but let's see if it works now.
Oh, let's have a look. Share the screen with others.
Also, in the meantime, while Coach Tank is pulling up his screen, guys, show him some love here by liking this stream and putting a W Tank in the chat, because he's dropping gold again.
This run up is I think it's being pulled up by Tesla. Tesla's making a strong run right now. Just in the last few minutes, we've gone up about $3 on Tesla. So Tesla now up 3% on the day. Seems to be, I'm assuming we're about to get some kind of news hit the blocks there, or maybe just a lot of bullish bets after the gap down yesterday.
Wow. Yeah, it's tricky, really. And it's also, why I'm quite happy to trade European markets at the moment. But yeah, it's something like this. I mean, it's very simple. Okay, I'm going to start. I always start the day. Really, really important for me, trying to gauge what's happened overnight, because I'm the sort of person that, like I said about sort of once you're in the pub, I'm the sort of person that once you've closed your screens down, and you've got nothing on the table, I don't give a shit about what's happening in terms of macroeconomically. I'm just going to move into normal life. So the moment I close charts, the moment I log off, I'm not paying attention. Okay, I'm not going to let trading be something that is all-encompassing and continual, because, to put it simply, I don't like it that much, and also nobody else is interested in it that much, especially in my household. My wife is. So the point is once I've closed my screens, I'm off. So what that means is that when I open screens, when I start the day, 100% try and understand what's happened overnight. Have a look at Asia, have a look at the Nikkei, have a look at headlines, and I always start purely with I'm biased. I always start purely with BBC. Okay, people always say why. I say, well, BBC, if there's anything sort of major that's happening globally in terms of anything, maybe Palestine, anything in Ukraine, anything in Iran, anything maybe within the EU, within NATO, the UN, anything sort of globally, I'll have a look at, okay, because it might be market moving. Now, none of this is going to be market moving. So I don't open up anything that's not going to affect the markets. If it's something interesting, then maybe I'll open it and read it later. Yeah, King Charles hosts Macron and his wife Bridget at Windsor State. Great. Yeah, it's a cute little foursome, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So I think the idea is I'll have a look and see if there's anything major. If there isn't, I go into maybe something like a Bloomberg News, get it on the TV, Bloomberg News. I try to vary my news sources because there's a lot of, I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of bias. There's a lot of bias in the UK. There's a lot of bias in the US. So really try and vary your sources. A lot of companies, they're not necessarily going to make things up, but they can definitely report things slightly differently. Okay, I think everybody should be aware with Bloomberg, it's such a big operator within the financial space. I mean, it is owned by Michael Bloomberg. If anybody doesn't know the relationship between Michael Bloomberg and Donald Trump, you ought to know that relationship. Google it now. Okay, I'm not going to tell you. Use Google if you want to understand exactly how Bloomberg are going to essentially narrate the Trump administration, understand the relationship between Michael Bloomberg and Donald Trump. Very, very easy to Google and find out. So it'll help you understand if there's a little bit of salt on anything, whether you need to take it with a pinch of salt yourself. Make your way through. I'll always look at the overnights and just the macro. I can use multiples. I've just used this because it's very simple. It's very clean. It's what I used to use in my last job. Thing I use, it's called investing.com. It's a little bit more complicated. But I'll look at the overnights. Okay, my overnight, for instance, starts from when I clock off. There was nothing late night yesterday. I just go very simply into early morning today. We had some Aussie data, early doors this morning. Okay, I do trade FX as well. By the way, I heard you saying FX guys are crazy, but I do.
I do not retract that statement.
so yeah, I really enjoy FX. One of the big reasons people like to trade FX, there's a lot more liquidity in the Forex market. There's a lot more, there's a lot of volatility also. And it's because essentially, put it quite simply, I'll do a session on this maybe on a Thursday when I do a bit more technical stuff. You know, there's more things that can drive Forex pair than a market, than a stock market. Okay, so if you're looking at Aussie dollar, there's anything that can affect the dollar could move Aussie dollar. Anything that can affect Aussie could move Aussie dollar. So there's a few more factors that can move them. But yeah, they had their rates, which was obviously quite important. And you can see there the action and the forecast. Big difference. Okay, so have a look at this, understand how it's going to move markets a little bit, understand where we should be. And then I have a look at, I'm already aware of, by the way, this is sort of website that I use for, it's a sort of website I use for imports, exports. I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but it's a really sort of clean way to understand where people export and to whom. Okay, so if we had something like this, I can click on this. This is called OEC. It's a really good website, by the way. I can go to Germany and I can see essentially the trade that Germany does with the United States. Now, that's important to me because I'm a DAX trader. So if I want to trade the DAX, I need to understand how many schnitzels are being sold. Okay, otherwise you don't have a right, in my opinion. I know it's Austrian, take that back. But if you're, if you're going to trade something, guys, you have to do your due diligence. It's not right that you think you have the ability to trade something and know fuck all about it. Okay, that's guessing, really. You don't have the right. One of my friends, from university, she got a job working for a commodities company, and she is purely an orange juice trader. Okay, one of my friends trades only orange juice concentrate. Wow. Okay, orange juice concentrate. What do you think she was at university training to be? And this is all she trades. She's very, very, very wealthy, by the way. What do you think she learned at university? And it was what got her a job as an orange juice trader. Can anybody think? And this just shows the level of due diligence and the skills that she had to put her in a position whereby she could buy or sell hundreds of millions of dollars worth of orange juice. What do you think?
I'm going to say agriculture.
So close? Agriculture? Close. what do you think is important for understanding the volatility or the up or downs or the buy or sell of the demand or the supply of orange juice?
Chat is saying horticulture or botany.
She was training to be a weather girl.
Okay.
Yep. She had all the attributes, but so she was training to be a weather girl. And basically all she was trying to understand was what changes the value of orange juice. And it's very simple. It's the supply or the demand of oranges. There was one time where the demand for oranges massively went up. Can anybody think when the demand for oranges went up? There was one moment in the past 5 or 10 years, let's say, where the demand for oranges went through the roof. Does anybody know when or why that might have been?
Probably.
I'm sure, Nick, yeah. Why COVID? Absolutely right. Why COVID?
Well, my thought was, might sound stupid, but everybody was staying at home. Everybody was eating breakfast at home. Everybody was, I don't know, using orange juice. So
it's the vitamin C. Everybody thought that the more vitamin C they had, the more orange juice they drank, the more immune they'd be to COVID. So every family, or not every, most families, lots of people are saying, drink more orange juice. You're going to get more vitamins. You're going to get more vitamin C. You're going to be more immune to COVID. So the demand for oranges went through the roof. So obviously demand for oranges go through the roof, the value goes up. Now, that was one way to understand demand. What she really focused on was the supply of oranges. And if you're trying to work out the supply of oranges, you've got to understand the climate. And all she did was fly to the main orange supplying countries in the world, take soil samples, take weather samples, take samples from the trees, understand everything about their harvesting systems, understand about potential diseases that were going to affect oranges. That's all she did. And Spain. Yeah, so Florida and Spain, that's all she did. And she just flew around Florida, Spain, and taken all these samples as a weather girl, essentially using those skills. She went back to her commodities desk and she made decisions based on if they bought or sold, if they went long or short orange juice futures.
That is so smart. That is really smart.
She has pretty cute Mini Cooper Sport, and it is bright orange also, just to let you know. Okay, but honestly, that's the level of due diligence that she does purely to trade one asset, orange juice. So my point is that, she spends her life doing that, and she puts obviously big money on it, of course. But we're ridiculous if we think that we can't do even 1/10 or 100th of that due diligence and trade and make money. So it's important that if you are looking to trade something, understand the main constituents of it, understand the difference between NQ and ES, what the main drivers in NQ are, the main drivers in ES, and then maybe even the other US markets, and really understand what the main drivers are and how they're being affected. Take all this information, guys, and it should help you. It should help you make better decisions on your day-to-day trading. So start from there. Here I've got up, for instance, understanding what's happening with regards to the EU and the United States. I trade the CAC 40 as well, which is the French market. So again, have a look and understand realistically what it is, exports from France to the United States. Understand what France are exporting to the United States. Stick it as a percentage if you want. But this is the sort of thing that's really, really important, that you understand the dependency of the United States, also dependency of other countries upon the United States. Then you can only really understand what a trade tariff is going to do. And if you're trading those stock markets, those indexes, then you definitely need to do that due diligence. So for me, I understood that quite simply, the tariffs upon the EU were greater than that of the tariffs upon the United Kingdom. Okay, we sent our PM over there, Keir Starmer. He went there, got on his knees. He did what he had to do. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing the EU did not. Okay, simple as that. And that's something that the UK wanted to do with Brexit, was make those decisions themselves. They've achieved it. Okay, so one of the things from Brexit was we're not part of the EU. The EU basically got a bad tariff implemented on them, UK less so. okay, that special relationship and all that shit. And so actually, if I was going to realistically, if I had different setups in the DAX, the CAC, and the FTSE, I'm using these as an example, guys, but it's the exact same process that you can all do in your mornings, yeah, with regards to ES, NQ, and so on and so forth. So you do that overnight, understand what's happened, understand what's happening in our London session as well. That's going to help you, of course. Okay, a lot more volume in the London session than in the Asian session. So you've got a better pre-indicator, which is the London session, of understanding what's happening. And then kind of work out, of the three, I do that, which one's the best to take. And if I see a long setup in CAC, DAX, and FTSE, I'm more than likely going to take the FTSE, because I know generally FTSE is more buoyant, because generally there are less tariffs on the UK than there are in the EU. So an example of that this morning. Very simple. Overnight, we had market on its way up. I'm in a 5-minute chart. My lines are coordinated such that pink is 5, purple is 15, and blue is 1 hour. I've done that forever because it works well on black charts and it works well on white charts. When I had to exhibit, I didn't have to change the colors of my lines. But yeah, I mean, very simply, we start out here, you know, on an hourly chart. It's messy. Okay, here we are here. Okay, so hourly, it's messy, but it's still clearly up. Okay, we can still see that it's still clearly bullish. Okay, so even though there are all these little tariffs and all this is happening with the US, UK FTSE is still doing that. Okay, trend line, yes, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Trend line, you always, for an uptrend, you always connect the bottom, the consecutive lower lows. Higher lows, sorry. Channel line, you have to copy a trend line to make a channel line, by the way. I'm a very neurotic chartist, okay? I worked with some very, very old school chartists, the sort of chartists that used to do things by hand. So they had 3 or 4 pencils, even though they don't use a pencil anymore. But always copy your trend line, pop it on top to identify where your channel line is, okay? It's something like that. So here we can see we've got pretty good parallel channel line. Okay, so FTSE's clearly in a bullish channel on the hourly charts. So all I'm doing is thinking, okay, FTSE's bullish on the hourly chart. So have I got a higher success of going short FTSE or long FTSE? Clearly in this instance, I've got a higher success rate of going long FTSE because the general consensus is up. Brilliant. And that is obviously, because a lot of people have said, you know, if you look at a chart, it should explain to you what's happening fundamentally. Okay, and that is the case. Fundamentally, FTSE's in a better position than the other European stock markets based on the relationship with US at the moment. So for sure, that's exhibited here in this bullish channel. So long FTSE is the call. We then go in and find out realistically if there's any sort of opportunity to do so. So here we were this morning. We were around about here this morning. I had that level in. We had a level above there as well. But if you go into the 5-minute chart, we'll see that these little 5-minute levels were all rather relevant. Okay, so this is the market here just before the open. Open with a bit of bullishness, which is fine. It's exactly what's expected given the fact that we've still only heard good things regarding the UK and the US relationship wise. So there's your entry. It's a beautiful high there. Why is it relevant? Look, we've got 1, 2, 3 levels where it failed. It's a level of resistance, very simple. Stop loss is here. Market failed here, broke, retested it. We've got a little low, and then our high was determined by this little cluster here. And I don't know if I mentioned to you guys before, hit rate's very important for me. I like to have a hit rate pushing between 68% to 72% as my hit rate, which means that I tend to have a relatively conservative risk to reward ratio. On average, about 1.35 is the risk to reward ratio. So for me, this was a little bit of a big one. Yeah, but again, entry through the high, just for levels of little bits of confirmation. Okay, so I didn't put an order just above the pink line. You can see that the order was actually above that wick there. Yeah, so take the extreme into consideration. If the market had gone there before and pulled back, it can go there again and pull back. So you might as well put your order just the top side of that for extra confirmation. Entry, target, and then stop. And it's really interesting because I heard somebody talk to me about how do I manage a trade? Guys, can you remember how I manage a trade? Those of you in the chat, those of you, my colleagues, can you remember how I manage a trade ideally?
I can't, to be honest.
No, I make breakfast. So actually, I just tend to, because my targets are essentially so conservative, I don't feel the need to stalk them and to trail with a stop loss and be right up their backside. For me, I'm very much an A to B, thank you. And if I have a conservative target like I had in this instance, and I had no intention of trading through this level, because there's another level, I had no intention of that. So for me, it was going to be a place the order, disappear. And this is what's really, really important to understand, because the psychology of this moment here, I'm sure you've all been there. I'm sure we've all been there. The psychology of this moment here is just awful. Okay, I'm sure a lot of people would have been in a situation like that. You've placed a trade. So let's get it in some little rascal color if we can, just so it's visible here. Okay, the psychology of that moment. Okay, enter the trade. We're up. Okay, we're up considerably up to here. This market came all the way up to there. Okay, we're pretty much 1-to-1 at that moment. And then look, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes later, 30 minutes later, we're back below our entry. Now, I know if a lot of people had been sat there watching that, you're going to be thinking, you know what, I've messed up here. Made a mistake. I'm going to trail my stop loss aggressively so I don't lose any more. If you moved your stop loss to break even here, by the way, team, this is an example that this is the sort of thing that I've experienced for me over the past, this sort of time frame over the past 5 years, 8 years. Okay, this sort of time frame is that markets retest. Okay, they don't always, but sometimes they do. And all this was a break of a relevant level, which I bought through, and a retest of said level. And if I move this stop loss to break even, this is why I'm not a strong believer in the break even stop loss, because in my opinion, it actually cancels out a lot of winning trades for me. So as you can see, it's market retested, it would have stopped you out and gone to target. If you'd entered it here and you felt good about yourself, psychologically, the feeling of all of this is anxiety that I don't particularly care for. And the way that I don't care about it is by not being there and seeing it. Okay, I don't watch candle. Guys, if you watch candle by candle, you're going to get old very fucking quickly. Okay, don't sit there and watch candle by candle. These guys have to do it because they're on the charts here. We're on the screen. But I'm sure the moment Nick trades, Nick places a trade or something, he's not going to be sat there shouting. I've seen people shouting at candlesticks. I've seen people shouting at candlesticks saying, "Get the fuck up!" And so I think it's really important that we understand that market's going to do what it does. Okay, we are minor, we're the little fish. Okay, when we're not moving markets at all. Also, people aren't going to come after your stops. Okay, brokers, any credible broker, any regulated broker is not going to be coming after your stop losses, certainly not the size of our accounts. So it's very simple. I get through this sort of pullback where I've gone from profitable to negative by not being there. Okay, market made its way up, and then only if I saw it get to somewhere like this could I trail a stop loss to that new higher low, something like that. But generally the idea is short targets that are very achievable, in and out. But it was done from me understanding that FTSE was probably the most buoyant of the European indices based on the relationship with the US, understanding that overnight there was nothing maybe regarding the UK economy that might pull this down. Nothing happened overnight. Nothing happened with regards to data coming out macroeconomically. Always check and have a look and see what's in the way. Okay, what's in the way with regards to European data. Have a look and see, have a look what's happening later on the day, because it's important that you understand where these little, some people see these as opportunities to make money. I see them as situations where my strategy is going to essentially be randomized. Therefore, I don't get involved. Okay, so understand how you want to trade data or how you want to treat data. I try and stay away from data because I think it randomizes my analysis. And then from there, once you've got the all clear, you've got the tick, tick, tick. Yes, everything's all clear. Place an order. And for me, my management generally, because I'm very much an A to B kind of trader, I don't look to milk it and make more and more and more. I'd rather just sort of let it do its thing, close out, stop me out, or hit target. It's generally how I get exited. So that's essentially just a morning, and you let that thing do its thing, 8 o'clock, and then you can see there by 10, I think it's bang on 10 actually. Yeah, by 10 o'clock, we were done. It's a 2-hour trade, and I think those are the examples that I did in my time frame analysis last week, where I spoke about the 2-hour duration. We're looking for a 5-minute execution with a maximum hourly time frame analysis, and that's exactly what I kind of did here, with a bit of fundamentals, because it's important, I think, if we have our fundamentals showing confluence to our technicals. Again, it's just another tick, isn't it? So just a very simple way to do our due diligence, understand what the best option is, where the highest probability outcome is, and then taking that. These are simple ways, guys, to minimize the number of trades that you're going to lose. Okay, it might mean that I don't get into something. Okay, there might have been something negative regarding the UK economy today, and so I didn't get into this. But what it will certainly do is reduce the number of losing trades you take as well. So net profitability should be up. But yeah, it's a very simple situation. I didn't use any secondary indicators. Okay, I only really look to use momentum indicators or secondary indicators if I'm looking for maybe the top of a trend and a trend reversal. So a lack of momentum for a trend reversal. But in this instance, I'm looking to just go with the trends and no secondary indicators. I also don't wait. Some of you might not appreciate this. I don't wait for the candle to close. Okay. Again, the reason being, number of pips, points that I'm targeting are so low that on a 5-minute chart, a big bullish candle could be half of my profit. And that's exactly what would have happened here. Because if I'd waited for this candle to close and then decided to enter this trade, I would have had that bullish candle close there, would have had to enter there. My target would have been the same because I don't just make the target up. I identify the level, trim the fat. Yes, identify the level, target within it. Don't be a dick for a tick. Hopefully you've all heard that. Identify the level, target within it. The stop loss in this instance, if we were up here, would have to have been the same because that's the previous low. See there, it would have rendered the trade untradeable. So I personally don't wait for the candle to close. I place the order, get entered through the candle, and disappear. Don't even watch the pullback, basically. Okay, so that's just a very simple insight into sort of the morning. I mean, that's sort of perfectly in line with what I would like. 1.443 for me. Let's just call it 1.4 is a perfect. It's a perfect kind of risk to reward ratio that will help me continually achieve 68 to 72% hit rate. If I try and go for bigger targets, hit rate drops, profitability doesn't necessarily go up. If I want to get a higher hit rate, I'll have to probably reduce my targets, my risk reward ratios. And again, I'm not happy about that. So that's my happy place. And that was a thought process from first thing this morning, really, if that makes sense.
Nice.
Pretty simple.
Thanks for breaking that down.
No, it's very simple, sort of. And you know, now we've got to sort of, we do a bit of gardening, okay? It's a very important thing called gardening. As it stands, you know, you don't need to get rid of all of your lines, but identify if a level's been broken, such as this, it's no longer relevant. Okay, the level that I bought through, it was revalidated on that pullback. You can see that there. So this level here that I bought through got revalidated. Therefore, that can remain if I want to. On a 5-minute level, on a 5-minute time frame, there's also scope to keep that in there. Okay, a little bam bam and one to the left here. So just do a little bit of gardening like that. The same thing is applied still on this 1 hour. Look, guys, we're more than likely going to get to top of this channel. Okay, this is how FTSE is working at the moment. It's moving quite pleasantly in the sense that we're making our way up, we're making our way up, we're making our way up. A little bit of sideways here in fairness, back down. That probably should have made its way down, bit of sideways and back down, and we're making our way up. So the same thing should be applied. I don't know how easy it is to apply it. So these are my morning. And see, I've actually got Japan in there because it's what I look at first thing in the morning also, just to understand where the Nikkei was at. But then having a look at and my FX majors, again, it's important to understand what's happening for me with the dollar, with sterling, with the euro, because it does affect indexes. Okay, it does affect your indexes, guys. The strength of the dollar, strength of the euro. So be aware of that. But where are you guys at now? Were you taking anything this morning, gents?
I had a nibble before the thing, but I know Nick just made a trade. Why don't you talk through it, Nick?
Yeah, I did take a trade while you were speaking, but I didn't want to interrupt you. And it was so fast. I was out within like, I don't know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, maybe. It was a very, very fast trade.
Wow.
I'll pull up.
Can you show you? Shall I stop sharing? Is that what I need to do?
You're good. You're good.
Already on my screen. But basically, you know what? I'll start on TradingView and then I'll transition to Tradeify. But basically, we did have this massive candle here at 10:45, which obviously I didn't take. That was a random out of nowhere candle. But then I waited for a retest of VWAP, saw that it rejected, and we had pretty high volume pushing down through that low of that random candle here, or at least I call it a random candle. I don't know if it was news or a tweet or whatever. We pushed through that, and I took my entry right below. Right when we pushed through that low here from the 10:45 candle. I'll actually go to Tradeify so you can see the entry. One sec. There you go. So took the entry here at what was that? 22,880.75, and then went for 20 points. Basically trailed my stop because it was moving so fast. I was just trailing my stop with it. Didn't even have a target on it. I mean, I did have a target targeting the lows here, but when things move so fast, I just like to trail my stop and not get caught in like some random ass wick action to the upside and downside. So I got closed out literally on that same candle. That's a 1 minute candle here. So that's a 1 minute chart. That's what I'm saying. The trade was literally like 5 or 10 seconds.
Well,
too fast.
Yeah, I mean,
or anything.
Yeah, I mean, fair. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you didn't just sort of say, I saw a red candle, so I went short. You clearly had some sort of, setups. And that's the thing people sort of ask, can you have a legitimate process when you're trading such short term? You absolutely can. And I think you just spoke through, which was ideal. So, you got a system. I think just as an example of something like that, something I would monitor, for instance, Nick, for everybody else as well, is you had a target in mind. I went to the target. What I'd always look to do is just create, again, you can learn from everything, to create some sort of statistics of how many times did I do that and how many times would it have gone to my target compared to stopped out.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, it's a very objective way to identify whether trailing stop loss is a systematical benefit or just an emotional benefit. Because if 90% or even, I don't know, 80% of the time it goes to your target, then we know that the tight trailing stop loss is just a kind of like emotional safety net rather than a technical one. So
yeah, I agree.
Just a very simple statistical.
Actually, let me dig a bit deeper on that, because it's a very fair point that you make, and it is something I catch myself fairly often when I'm doing that. I do set a target that I don't set super large targets. I'm not the trader who goes for a 50 point, 75 point, or 100 point trade. I usually have my target set anywhere between 25 and 30 points. However, when we approach the target and it is a significant level, I catch myself trailing my stop into profit. And yeah, obviously, sometimes I do get stopped out on that. I do not know the exact statistics, so it's a good point to start tracking that. But what would you do? Obviously, you walk away and make breakfast, right? But if a trade is going that fast, I can't really. I literally entered the trade and it was almost at target. So what would you suggest I do in that situation?
Yeah, so that's the sort of example I'd always, the sort of a methodology I'd always apply to data trading. So a lot of people like to trade data, and we know data goes fast, and data always has the ability to sort of pull back, more so reverse, whatever it might be, the sort of syringe candle. So in my opinion, if you're going to be trading on that sort of time frame, and you expect the movement to be so rapid, then by all means have a tight trailing stop right up its backside. And, you know, if it goes, it goes. If it does pull back, you're out. But the way you're what you're looking for is that maybe, I don't know, 20% of them just fly to target without pulling back, and then you end up taking more and more and more. So I think that's fine. I think it's the same thing a lot of people apply to data trading. Big bit of data comes out, big move. Market's probably going to pull back at some point, maybe even on that candlestick. So it'd be right up its backside. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's probably the best occasion for an automated trailing stop. A lot of people ask me about when should you use the automated trailing stop rather than you manually trailing. And I think it's when you're trading a fast move like that. And you just want to squeeze it. If it pulls back, stops you out, no problem. If it goes, it goes. But if you do 100 of those, the idea is that maybe 20 of them go and they go downtown, and your trailing stop just goes all the way with it. So I think that's fine as long as you apply yourself consistently to that with that sort of methodology. Then over 100 of those, like I said, you're well up. So yeah, in that situation, same as data trading, I think it's completely acceptable actually.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. No, cool. It's nice.
All right.
I mean, I'm looking at gold. It's another thing I always look at in the morning, by the way, guys, as well, gold.
Okay.
So I looked at your gold charts, and again, for me, it was a very simple. I was having a chat with one of my clients this morning about gold, and again, it was just a very, very simple setup and a very sort of simple target. It's now flown through the low. Is my chart up now? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, your chart is up.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So again, it's from the morning. Gold's quite nice because you can see it's trading all the way through and good volumes in gold. And here you can see market's making its way down. It's probably a good thing as well. Okay, generally, if you find gold dropping off, that makes sense with us going long FTSE. So the idea is very simple 1-2 iterations here. The way my client that I spoke to this morning, the way he trades is you'll look for ideally with the slightly larger move, and the slightly larger move was from top left here down there essentially, so bearish. He then wants to go into a 5-minute chart, and he wants to see a couple of iterations in terms of a bearish move. So here we get a lower high, lower low was made, new lower low, a new lower high. So entry for him was very simply through this lower low. And then what's important now is making sure that we have the correct stop loss. Okay, so remember, entry, stop, target. Always do it that way, please, guys. EST, entry, stop, target. Identify where you want to get into a market. Identify where you should get out of a market for a loss. And then identify a realistic target, okay, for a profit. If you identify your target first and you see how much money it can make you, you'll often find yourself bodging a stop loss, finding a bullshit stop loss just to try and make the trade. So always the best objective way to do it is go entry, stop, target. Okay, so our entry for him was simply through that low. Okay, so through this low to create a new lower low, confirmation of a downtrend. Stop loss, ideally above a high, the high that has a little bit of relevance, and this was the high we chose. Why is it relevant? I hear you all asking. So you can see that there's a little bit about it here. Okay, so we got that. Market tested it again there, then it broke it. So test and a break. So that level no longer relevant. It then broke it, but the most recent interaction with that level was the market respecting it. Therefore, you have the right to place a stop loss behind it. It is a level of relevance. The most recent interaction was a bounce, not a break. And then entry through the low, and this was the target. So how do we establish that? Look to the left again. Look at this bit of data here. Scroll down with a line, and you can see a little double tap there. Cluster here, cluster there. This was our target. Entry through the low. Place your order again. Stop loss is here. I'll be honest, this took a bit too much time, okay? Because again, I like to identify an ideal movement of a market. So we don't want to just place things and leave them all day. So if you have a look at this, you try and estimate how this might interact, something like this. We were actually looking for a early afternoon target here, not looking to take this into the US session. Okay, so that's again something you should identify. I think, Matt, you do it, you put the opens on. You put the
Nick
opens
does too. Yeah, we both do.
Nick does too. Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, that's perfect. I mean, I think that's really important. I think a lot of people get, I think, hopefully I did. Yeah, so here in the DAX, for instance, again, I put the 8 again. So it's important that you do put the opens, I think, because a lot of people kind of lose that. Identify where the US Open is, and here was the US Open, and therefore, ideally, we wanted to be out before then. So maybe you close that position. It came back, it tested it again here. Stop loss was above, so it shows a very good stop loss. Okay, again, team, the relevance of a good stop loss. Market came down, came back up, tested our stop loss once, twice, made its way down and onto target here. Again, a 1.3. That is sort of my perfect. So 1.3 on the gold, a 1.4 on the FTSE. That literally averages around about 1.35, which is my average. Obviously, we've now flown through that, and then you have an option to place an order through here. Okay, so a lot of people like to re-enter. It's the sort of thing you are welcome to do, but you have to have, again, a valid stop loss. You go into the 1 minute, you'll see that this hit that target level, which was the level that was identified all the way from the left. Remember that 5 minute level? Hit it, bounced off it, broke through it. And when you see a market break through it with a bullish candle, an impulsive candle, it shows that it needed some volume to break through it, which means that it's relevant for a lot of people as well, this sort of break of a level. So you probably got away with a little cheeky 1 minute stop loss behind this kind of region here. I don't actually have a 1 minute candle because I don't trade on the 1 minute chart. But if I put it in black, that would have been a 1 minute stop loss. You enter through there. And this is sort of thing that you can either have targeted with your analysis, so all the way from the left, or you trail a stop loss. Okay, I think that's something that, this is exact sort of example one of my friends used to do, where he traded the DAX all day. Remember I told you he used to trade the DAX in the 1 minute chart, he still does. He ended up trading it the whole day by just trailing a stop loss. So as this market made a new lower low here, it came back, you trail your stop loss to there. And so now you've locked in some profit. As it comes down, makes a new lower low, you trail your stop loss to the lower high. And you could actually have done this on gold. You can see that down to here, down to here, down to here, and down to here, because we made a new lower low. Market came up, it did not make a lower low, so technically this is where your stop loss would have been. Okay, so if you were just following the lower highs on this bearish trend on gold, you'd have made your way down to here, and you'd have locked in essentially from entry, remember, this profit. Okay, so that's a way to trade. Also have a look and see how relevant this was, because it could transpire that where we've just failed, was really, really relevant. I mean, to be fair, I'd say that's we probably should have got out at this region. At this region here. Okay, I think it's fair to say that's probably a bit of an hourly level. So realistically, would have been a bit crazy to have assumed that we would have traded all the way through that. It did, you can see that there. But I think that was probably, and that's kind of where our stop loss would have been now. So that would have been an ideal target. If you're trailing your stop loss, if you're managing a trade with a stop loss, a lot of people like to trade all day, every day. They like to trade full time, be in front of the charts. They don't get out with targets like I did, short target, in and out, A to B. They usually get out by being stopped out with a trailing stop for profit. So that's how you'd manage this. You'd have put this here, you'd have just been behind the lower highs as a new lower low is created. We haven't made a new lower low now, which means that this needs to remain here. If this market makes its way below here, then you have the right to move this to here. As it stands, you don't. You would have probably thought, you know what, if we made the market move all the way down to there, maybe don't be greedy, take profit. Okay, but again, these are all things that you need to put into your system so that you're not making decisions in the moment. Okay, try not to make decisions in the moment, because they're going to be They're going to be emotionally driven, financially driven. That you're going to be thinking about extra money and that sort of thing. So I think it's really important that you've predetermined where you get out. That's really, really important. I mean, talk to some military guys. Guys, I'm sure a lot of us have military friends. A lot of my friends, I've got quite a few friends who are officers in the British Army, and you talk to them about the way they have their processes and the decisions that they make. Obviously, a lot of decisions are made in the moment, but they have protocol and they have strategy and they have a systematic approach to almost every single eventuality. And the systematic approaches are there in place because they're the most effective in the moment. Also, because it will stop them essentially being trialed for war crimes. Okay, so it's really interesting because that's the same for us. If we've got our strategy in place, and we put our strategy in place because it should optimize, i.e. make the most money, and it is the correct thing to do. If you followed it completely, then nobody can chew you out. You can't get in trouble. Whereas if you deviated from your system that is being predetermined to be the most optimal, and if you deviated from it and you lost a lot more money, you get in trouble. Yeah, that's exactly what happens in warfare, is that they have all the procedure set out. One, because it's optimal for an outcome, but two, it's the correct thing to do, maybe morally, whatever. If you deviate from that and something goes tits up, you're tried for war crimes. If you stick to it and something goes wrong, you stuck to the protocol, and therefore you're cleared. So again, same for our trading. Speak to people that have worked in the armed forces. A lot of them understand procedure and protocol and the reason for. Adopt that, apply it to your trading, and you'll make decisions objectively and optimally rather than emotionally and in the moment, because generally those aren't the good ones. Yeah, but that's another thing for gold. So, guys, I do think there are lots of things you can trade. There are pros and cons of, so we've spoken about it before, that Nick just trades NQ. Massive pro is, because I know lots of people that just trade one asset. It's a big pro because it means he really understands if this does this, this, and this, then it should do that. He understands the external drivers of NQ. He understands usually if you've seen this happen, then this market should go there, because more often than not it does. All of his testing, all of his analysis is done on the same asset, which is really, really useful. It limits what he has to research. He has to research the big four, big five in the NQ to really understand on a smaller scale what's going to drive the NQ. But the drawback is that if he doesn't see an opportunity in his one single asset, and I've traded dollar yen today, I've traded Aussie dollar, I've traded FTSE, I've traded gold, he might feel a bit left out, and he might think, what, my one asset's done fuck all today and everyone's making money on other things. It might make him deviate and apply his working strategy to another asset where it does not belong. Or it might make him deviate from his strategy and maybe jump into something on the NQ, because all of us, I've been on trading floors where it's happened. People have been trading all sorts of things, and you hear people making a lot of money and you're sat there looking at your asset going, can something happen, please? And it's awful, really. So it takes a lot of discipline to trade one asset. It takes a lot of discipline. And then the counter is having a look at a few things. So you can see I've got a few things in my basket. Some of the things I use as indicators, so I don't trade them. I just use them to help me as an indicator for other assets. But a lot of them I do trade. So I have an opportunity to maybe apply myself to a few more things, so I can try a few more things out. But it also means that I might have to do a bit more research and understand a few more fundamental drivers, things that are going to be moving gold. We've got oil here, things that are going to move oil. Look, oil's going the other way. So things that are going to move oil are different to things that are going to move gold, are different to things that are going to move ES, different to things that are going to move NQ. I have here also the Russell. I quite like the Russell group, if I'm being honest with you. A lot of people don't trade Russell, but I think it's a good asset to trade. So it's understanding all the drivers. If you spread the trick is to not spread yourself so thin whereby little holes appear. To understand what it is that you can digest, how much you can eat. I ate with these guys. We went to a buffet, and I can eat a lot of food. Okay, we went to a buffet. Matt was stuck in a seafood restaurant just craving a steak in Miami. But But
And that's
you
what
know,
I
it's
ordered. So
that's what he ordered, yeah. But you know, the idea was you understand what you can really digest and take it. So if you don't spread yourself too thin, whereby your analysis is poor, but if you feel like you don't have the discipline to just trade one asset, open your basket up to maybe 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so maybe an NQ, maybe a gold, maybe something that's completely unattached if you want to, and just see how it works for you. Maybe have certain assets for longer term strategies, certain assets for shorter term strategies. Maybe have a look at the commodity space. You know, I know somebody trades pork bellies, for instance. He likes to trade. Yeah,
I just eat them.
But that's the thing. One of the main drivers of pork bellies, I remember pork belly went through the fucking roof the moment the US declared they were not going to go into lockdown for summer. The US declared they were not going to go into lockdown for summer, and pork bellies went through the roof. Why? I wasn't sure. I did my research.
Barbecue.
Americans like to barbecue.
Yeah.
My mind was blown. Honestly, that was the driver of the pork belly futures market. Can you believe it? Americans barbecuing.
What would you suggest? I mean, right now, you said it. I only trade NQ. If you were me and you would open up to like 3 assets, going from 1 to 3, which one would you pick?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it's probably, so you've got 2 options. You've got the option of grouping them so that you trade NQ, ES, and here we've got the Dow Jones. So they're all basically cousins, very, very similar markets. But maybe from that, you can cherry pick and choose the best. So that's kind of what I do with the FTSE, CAC, and the DAX. They're all similar. They're all cousins. We've kind of had a bit of a divorce recently, but we're all generally cousins. And I cherry pick the best in that sense. So you can do that. Or if none of them are moving in a way that suits your fancy, then you take something that is essentially unattached. So have a look at maybe a gold or an oil if you want to keep it US. Or someone like yourself, I would have suggested, you know, you have the ability to apply yourself to something European. So again, I think it's one, if you're happy to spread yourself to a European index, have a look. Guys, FTSE and European indices do move in the evenings. So your mornings. Other markets outside of the US, they do move because a lot of equity spaces in the US. So look at the Nikkei, for instance, it does move at certain times of the day. So I think you can just vary it. I think it depends on whether you're happy to go completely different or you want to group them and trade something 3 that are similar, or if you're happy to just go completely out of the box, i.e. something that isn't really connected. I think it's important to trade things that you're interested in as well, because it's a real pain in the ass to research something you don't give a shit about. So I personally used to really enjoy, I don't know, I think I've got it on my miscellaneous here. This is my miscellaneous, and have a look at some of these. I've got the Sri Lankan rupee against the pound there, but that's because I go to Sri Lanka a lot, by the way. And we do a lot of business in Sri Lanka. But it's important to understand that also because we do a lot of money exchange in Sri Lanka, like literally. So I understand where sterling is against the rupee. But there are lots of things. I mean, the US, look, the Indian stock market, guys, I don't know. India, emerging market, stock market, okay, it's a powerhouse. Look at this. Okay, and to be honest with you, this doesn't give a shit about what's happening in the US. Okay, the Indians don't care. Okay, there were sanctions put on Russia regarding their energy and their oil and their energy oil supplies, and the rest of the world was saying, we're not going to take your oil. And India came out and said, we'll take your oil, give it to us for a discount, we'll take your oil. So it's been quite pleasant that there's markets such as the Nifty 50, which is the top 50 companies in India. It's called the Nifty 50, which is quite cool. But look at that market. Now, if you're telling me that's a difficult market to trade, it's just going up at the moment. Okay, and that's what you're going to find with a lot of emerging markets indices. They just tend to move up like this in this instance. So ear to the ground regarding the Nifty. Apply your technical setup to the Nifty. And it could be something that you go and have a look at when there's nothing really moving stateside or even European side. So I think there's a few things you can have a look at. We don't want to get into euro, Israeli shekel. Keep that one out for now. But dollar, Israeli shekels there also. But I think there are enough things that you can diversify. You can, by the way, I think you can trade, intraday trade Bitcoin. A lot of people do intraday trade Bitcoin. But for me, something like Indian stock market, you can learn a lot about them and understand what's driving the Indian stock market. Another European stock market, or group or US stock market, so you can cherry pick the best of the three of NQ, so on and so forth. So yeah, I think see how it's test it is all I'd say. I'm a big fan of testing things and seeing how they work in the background whilst you're doing what you're currently doing. Restaurants do it all the time, by the way. Okay, they don't just put a £500 taster menu. I went to Michelin Star. We went to a nice restaurant not too long ago. It's a really, really expensive tasting menu. They would have tested that before they put it on the menu. So test things out in the background. Paper trade them, to demo trade them if you want to. But yeah, diversify if you find yourself struggling to just trade the one, or if you want to use your skills on other markets because you find yourself having time. Yeah, try it out. It's not a problem. Not a problem at all.
I mean, the main thing is there are days where, during the London session, obviously we do have way less volume, right, on NQ. So there are days where NQ moves very, very nicely during the London session. However, there are days where it literally does not move and it stays within like a 20-point range. And those are the days where it would make a ton of sense to be looking at something else. So thanks for the hint.
No, it makes perfect sense. Exactly that. I mean, if you identify days where, you can do it yourself, do the stat, do the number, and be like, right, we've had this much movement in terms of pips or as a percentage, that then allows me to move to an alternate asset because I know I'm not going to get the movement that I want that's in line with my system. Move to an alternate asset and see how it goes there. But yeah, I would try not to do it.
I'll definitely look into it. That's for sure.
Brilliant.
Boy, Tank, I don't smoke, but I feel like I need a cigarette after every one of your visits here because there's just so much knowledge getting dropped. And I got to go back and watch this again later tonight, and it's just fantastic stuff.
It's great to join you guys. It's just really enjoyable. I mean, like I said, I listen to you guys more often than not, so it's really I was going to wear a big curly wig today when I found out that Miriam was on. But
I would have laughed so hard.
My fancy dress box is actually at my parents' house, but I do.
I'm sure she would appreciate that. So, all right, Tank.
No.
We sincerely appreciate you stopping by and looking forward to having you on regularly as we do. Guys, this is your goal: become a live trader, because then you get to work with Coach Tank one-on-one and in small groups. So we really appreciate Tank. Thanks for stopping by, Tank.
No, really enjoy it. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you, Tank.
All right. So we told you we were going to bring on a special guest to help us kind of close out the last hour of the show. Since Miriam's not here today, and again, thanks to Coach Tank. So it is time to bring on Lil D-Gen himself. Background Nick.
The one and only.
What's going on, brother?
The one and only. I was about to ask you, dude.
Out of nowhere. I was so excited to go along. I thought we had it, and then I don't know what that was. I thought it was news. We looked like we had a strong candle and we were going to break to the upside. Entered an NQ long, and market quickly humbled me.
Yeah, I want to see you break down that trade on like exactly where you entered.
That was actually news. I was watching the news feed the whole time. Tank was. Trump had another tariff tweet, but then right after that, maybe it was a combination. We went. It's an Amazon Prime Day. Spending is down 14% in early hours. So both Amazon and Walmart had volume drops off of that. So that's probably cleared out some stops, cleared out some orders, and then just got some momentum to the downside. But yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah, I was not expecting something like that. I mean, I was riding along from last night at about 6. I'm trying to update my charts here. I really thought we were gonna go back to all-time highs today after we started to break out of this downtrend over the past day.
Would have been nice.
This price action today and even over the night session has been just tremendously horrible.
What was your setup for that 880 long, the initial long that you took?
Let me pull up my chart. I gotta figure out how I log back into oh wait, it's down here into trading view. Let me get that set up. It was honestly quite simple. It wasn't anything extravagant. Pretty much just saw
a simple full port.
Yeah, you know, just a simple full port. Oh, gotta enable access. I would show the
he says the minis are too small. He wants enough liquidity to go into the full size ones that you can't get through the brokers.
All right, here we go. I would show the Tradeify, but I can't be showing the house account balance. I don't think that would be good. All right, Drew, I think I'm good to go ahead and show my screen. There's no proprietary info showing up here. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So yeah, it really wasn't much else other than this trend line break. This is what I was looking for because we've been in this downtrend on the hourly for quite a bit. And my goal, what I was really looking for is for the long term, like kind of playing off what you do, Nick. Like we have, you know, a pretty large hourly bull flag here.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see us double this move. Like I thought that in this uptrend right here, if we could break out of the hourly bull flag and I can get an entry on the 15-minute, then I like to play for the big trades. Like I like the big reversals. I go for, you know, 5 to 7R if it looks like I can get there.
Mm-hmm.
So last night I let the market open. You know, I've never traded Asia session market open. That's a terrible, scary place to be, especially with the spreads and if there's any like news that feeds it. We got the open and then pretty much played a break of that first candle open with the trend line and entered. It was like I could pull that up. I think it was like 867 was my actual entry.
Mm-hmm.
And I pretty much put a stop at break even and went to sleep. And I told my girlfriend, I'm like, we're gonna wake up and we're gonna be at all-time highs. I'm gonna be up like 7K. I think I went in 15 micros and then just held this throughout the whole night and hope that we had a continuation.
That is baller, man.
I tried.
How do you
This
sleep?
was terrible. I don't. It's like the same. It's the same as when I'm going to sleep the night before CPI, and I know that I'm gonna full send it on some accounts, but I can't sleep knowing what's about to happen. But this is terrible.
Well, I mean, it was still a banger trade. You banked 1400 on it, and then you just got wrecked on your second long. That was a separate long, right?
Yeah, that was a separate long. I don't even remember when I entered that. I think it was around 9:30. Again, same thing. Like I've actually really enjoyed playing these like little breakouts. It's something that if I find a little bit of confluence with anything else, I should have known that this was the GP at 850. If I was paying attention to the larger time frame, I think I have this set with standard deviation right now. Yeah, I do. But I mean, you could see like this is pretty much 70% of the way. So like it was the 618 that we bounced off at 850, wherever that was. And we moonshot it off of this. I mean, we ripped like almost 100 points off the GP. And yeah, I missed that. And then I tried to chase it. And I'm sure Coach Tank would have a field day with me. And then we hit the 40-point candle right here. So not my best morning. This Tuesday's been rough.
Well, I mean, you're still up $700 on the day, so.
Yeah, we got to make the boss proud. Can't end on a red day with the house account.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave it and you don't take another trade, you're green on the day. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not taking another trade. This is crazy. I mean, we've been sitting in. I mean, we've had some pretty big moves, but you can't. Like, I can't gauge where we're gonna go. Like, if you take like every single one of these, even if we did like the Mag 7, Like, I do not know where we're heading because that tweet about Amazon, where's Amazon? Like, this was insane. This drop on Amazon and then a little bit of the pullback. I don't know how to play that.
Yeah.
Like, I do not. I mean, what are you guys looking at? Like, when you look at these kind of charts right now, what do you see and what's the bias? Because I'm at a loss.
It's a lot of uncertainty and mixed messages, which is why we're just sort of chopping around on a bigger picture time frame, right? Like, we basically, for the majority of the last week and a half, we're kind of stuck within a really a couple 100-point range in the NQ, which sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot when you're considering, it's a 4-hour chart. So yeah, it's one of those things. It's you see a setup, take a setup, but if you don't see setups or you're not seeing that extra confirmation, it can be real difficult. And then you kind of go, in the analysis by paralysis by analysis, and you overthink things. That was something I struggled with for a long time, was overthinking trades, because I wanted that one little extra confirmation. Well, if you get 2 or 3 points of confirmation, you're lucky. You're almost never going to get 5.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. And like, even this summer's market has been really tough to play. Like, we've had a lot of ranging days. Obviously, I mean, you guys are on stream every day, and it's a pretty frequent thing where we range and we don't get a big move until the afternoon. But even then, like, if you were to play yesterday, I mean, if you get a 100-point move, that's pretty nice. But yesterday's was good. But it's hard to play, for me, this market when we have pullbacks of 50 to 100 points and they happen within 5 minutes. It crushes me if I'm in profit, because I'm better off with my win rate, whatever it is, but I'm more profitable when I don't move my stop right away and I let the trade play out and don't move my stop until I'm 50 to 70 points in profit. And if it reversed now, like, we're going to reverse hard. I like to let it play out, but this market has not been letting me do that.
Well, and if you pull up the Max 7 again really quick, the chart that you had open before, it's actually interesting. Like, look at Nvidia. Nvidia is like squeezing hard. We have to move out of that consolidation rather sooner than later. Same with Tesla. Same with Amazon, actually. Just on Nvidia, it's just the clearest. But Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, like, there has to be a move very shortly, because it can't just go like that forever,
I know. And as you see too, like, some of the biggest ones just retrace back to their open. Like Apple had a huge move down, double the size up, and we're just right back at open. And same thing with Meta. Like, we dumped and now we're nearing open. It's
Apple is minus 0.03%.
Yeah. After having, 0.5% to 1% move, and it's not easy to play this. That's when I'll just buy a couple more evals and then trade those, so I'm not risking the
Fair enough.
house.
Can you throw up a poll really quick here on the chat to see if the chat is green, red, or flat?
Yeah, I'm interested to see.
I want to see how everybody's doing.
I wish I was flat. Sadly enough, I was up like 3K before I ended up closing, and that's when the greed comes in, where I'm like, we're gonna keep going. Market's open. We're gonna pump back to 23K and above. And then the hardest part for me is the shoulda, woulda, coulda game. That is by far my hardest, like, psyche type thing that I've gotta get past, because I will play I should have, or I would have, I could have, over and over again.
That is so dangerous. It is so like, that has caught me so many times in the past. And the thing is, it's similar to what Leah said in the beginning, where she was like, hey, I'm actually pissed I didn't let it run and let it hit my TP. And that is exactly the should have, would have, could have game, right? The problem is with that, you focus on that previous trade without really now taking 100% of your focus and your concentration for that next trade. and then you fuck
Yeah.
up that next trade because you were thinking about that previous trade, and ultimately end up fucking up both trades, and then you're even more pissed. And that's what happened to me in the past so often. So it usually to me only happens when I do have these big moves, and that is actually the reason why I started taking smaller trades, where I only go for like 20, 25 points and then I'm out, and then I just forget about it. Or it hits my stop loss at like 15, 20 points and then I'm out and I forget about it. So I don't, so much respect for you taking these huge moves. Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is it's my luck. Like every single time that I've profited enough in an account and I'm ready to size up my positions is the first time that I snap my streak and take a bigger loss, sets me back, and then I've got to grind up again.
That is maybe something you should talk to Coach Tank to, actually, because
I'm scared to get in a room with Coach Tank. He's gonna have a field day with me.
The thing is, I do not believe that is coincidence, right? There is something that you do different when you size up, apparently, because otherwise this wouldn't happen all the time. I would hop on a call with Coach Tank if I were you.
Yeah, maybe I'll bite the bullet and do it. Yeah, Drew's got a good idea. We can make it a special. DJ Nick takes on Coach
not
Tank.
Available, you can schedule a session with Dr. Phil.
maybe I will.
I don't know what's better, actually. I don't know what's better.
What are you doing?
There it is. Dude, it took you friggin' 4 hours today to come up with
we're trying to play it straight today, huh? I don't want to get yelled at when Miriam comes back tomorrow.
Fair.
No, fair points. Nick, is there a time of day where you stop trading, like fully, or is that just depending on P&L or how you feel?
I'll usually stop trading any funded or personal or live accounts after the morning session, and then if I get the itch to trade, then I bring up the evals and I'll start trading those. I always love having backups at firms, or just, if I get some cheap ones just to trade, so I don't get the itch to trade a personal account. But I like to finish after the morning session. The moves that I like happen then. The only time I trade elsewhere is sometimes the Asia session, but that is mostly me thinking that I can catch an overnight 200-point move.
Well,
that's healthy. Yeah.
I gotta be honest. It's not. I mean, I'll do my. It'll still be a good setup in my mind, but my objective is to catch the big one.
Well, one thing we're seeing right now, guys, is the standard deviation width is almost exactly the same as the 5-minute ATR, which again tells me that it's a choppy market that in general is not moving much, and especially not moving much away from VWAP, from kind of our mean for today. So we got a little pop, got a little drop, and other than that, it's been shit trading for most of the session. So kind of is what it is. So Nick, you were tell us about the trader meetup in New York. We just saw pictures, but how'd that go?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was so fun to meet people, and it was even more fun. Brett was doing interviews with some of the people that were attending, just doing like a quick 1-minute interview, and I was writing down the giveaways that they won, which if you're on here and you won one, I will be sending that out. The problem was I had a few drinks and my handwriting is terrible as it is. So I'm having to decipher what I wrote for both the feedback on Tradeify TV and the giveaway winners. But other than that, it was an absolute blast. It was fun to meet everybody, and I don't know. We've had people that have never traded before that showed up just because they heard about it. They've heard of Tradeify and they wanted to talk to other traders. So that was kind of cool. I got to talk to people that, maybe I wasn't the best influence for them after a few drinks at a trader meetup when they've never traded before, but it was a good time. It was a lot of fun.
Nice. That's sick.
Like, don't worry about it. I'm like, you can gamble on news. No, I'm kidding. I didn't say that. I might have actually, who knows?
Are there more meetups coming?
Yeah. I mean, it was such a success from our view. Like, we got to meet, I want to say there was over 100 people, maybe 150. And, it was packed. There was a lot of people to talk to. We got a lot of good feedback in general on the stream, Tradeify, etc. So it was good from our end just to, you know, relate with everybody that trades with us and, you know, trust Tradeify, and use that throughout the week of meetings that we had to tailor and kind of cater what we're looking to do in the next several months based on the feedback that we hear. So we want to have more of them because it's a direct line of feedback, and it's honest, and, you know, you're not beating around the bush. Several times I literally told people, you don't know me. I'm a random guy. Is Tradeify TV shit or is it good? What can we make better? What should we, you know, what do you think? And I got great honest feedback, so it was good.
They said marble races are shit.
Some people don't like the marble races, so we're gonna probably tone down a little bit on those, but we'll find out some other ways to do giveaways. But definitely more trader meetups, and we'll do them, you know, wherever we're holding these meetings, likely just in large cities, just because it's easy and we have, you know, more densely populated area. But, you know, more to come. I think we'll probably end up doing them probably once a quarter, and it'll line up with our quarterly meetings.
Nice. Oh, that's sick. Also, chat, Marble Gang, assemble. When Nick says, when people say that they don't like marble races, where are my marble race lovers? Come on, chat. Let me know. We do have some already.
Yeah, the marble races were not getting a lot of love that night. It's like, what? You don't like the marbles?
Well, can we do duck races?
We can switch it up to duck. Nobody said they didn't like duck races
Yet. Give it time.
That's true. We'll see. But it was a good week of meetings. We've got a lot planned for Tradeify TV. I think if we did a bingo card, it would be pretty interesting to see what people think we're going to do, because I guarantee that no one can guess what we're doing. Brett and Vinny and Dante, they want to innovate, and there's a big team of people that want to innovate too. And we were throwing out some pretty crazy ideas, and we aligned on some. We're working towards others, whether it's Tradeify TV or Tradeify in general. This prop firm is definitely the one to bring the craziest, coolest, and most fun aspect, vibe, whatever to trading, and I think it makes 100%. It that much better. So it's exciting. We got some really cool stuff. We might do a stream where I'm camping. Like we want to do some crazy shit.
Can't wait. Honestly, like
we could meet up halfway, man. There's a lot of camping sites between Chicago and St. Louis.
I just got to get a Starlink, portable camera, and I don't know what else I need. Portable camera, Starlink, maybe the laptop should be fine. And then, yeah, it's just a time and place, and we're gonna camp. One of the conditions that I was told during this meeting is that I cannot do any survival techniques or anything like building a fire until I hit a green trade. So every green trade then allows me to do something that helps my survival.
God damn, he said some Lord of the Flies shit with that, huh?
Yeah. I was like, I don't know how long I'm going to last out there.
Trade or starve on the next episode of Tradeify TV.
That's actually quite cool. We should also do a mountain meetup or mountain live stream in the Swiss Alps.
I think that would be awesome. I think that'd be a ton of fun. I think a lot of what we're going to do some fun, IRL streams. One of them, if anybody lives in Chicago, that's where I live, I'll be doing interviews on the street, and then I might actually post up outside of the Chicago Board of Trade with a table, and not be controversial with trading, but I want to see if people can pass an eval account, like if I'm just sitting there with a laptop. So I want to do some fun stuff. So if you're in Chicago, make sure you're watching Tradeify TV, watch for an announcement. We'll send out an email newsletter. Naked Nick.
That's sick. Naked Nick. Well, first of all, which Nick, and second of all, why?
Yeah, we have two questions there.
Oh well. Chat, if you have any questions for background Nick, feel free to drop them in, or also for Matt or me. Feel free to drop them in the chat, and we're more than happy to answer.
Yeah, I mean, what? I wonder, is anybody actually trading this right now? Does anybody have an open position?
Well,
if they do, I want to know what the hell they're seeing.
Yeah.
Gotta check.
Boundless just commented shorts here. Well, I mean, a VWAP short, maybe.
Yeah, even I'm looking through all of our live traders right now, and out of, well, I don't even know if I could say how many we have, but out of quite a few, there are a couple that are actively in a trade.
Now, what's the percentage roundabout of traders that are in a trade?
Let's see. I mean, it's got to be like 1 to 2%.
Oh wow, okay.
It's low, yeah. Everybody most people have already traded and made what they needed on the day.
Yeah, I mean, same with the chat. Chat is wait, what was that? There it is. 49% green, 30% red, and 20% flat. And 1% does not exist apparently. Why does YouTube keep doing that? Makes no sense. It was even an even number. 138 votes. Like,
you know what I want to do one of these days is we'll throw the house account up and we'll take a trade based on what the chat says. And I want to take a running tally over the course of the year and see, for a lack of better words, is the chat good or does the chat suck? And we're gonna see if the chat can trade with the house account. Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, that could be fun.
Hey, Z wants to know, Nick, what elixir do you take to look 12?
I can get, I don't want to do a shameless plug. I don't really do much. I just work out a lot.
You just full pour it. That's what keeps you young.
Yeah, that's what keeps me young is the stress of trading and being heavily sized before news.
Makes him lose a bunch of weight because he's sweating.
Yeah, I don't sleep. I sweat.
Well, it's probably you get a lot of exercise from clenching during all those trades. So
yeah, you should. The first couple of times I've ever done it, I almost misclicked because my fingers were shaking as I had, several funded accounts ready to long or short CPI. It's a thrill, but I don't recommend anybody does that. That is how you lose an account within less than a second.
Yeah, but you can also make a lot of profit in less than a second.
You definitely can.
I mean, you know all about it. So tomorrow, FOMC minutes, you full port that?
No, I do not touch FOMC. That one's weird. That one is FOMC. I've always seen where minutes come out and you can get a crazy move up or down, but you get those moves that go like up. You go up a little bit, down, up, and then you get a big move. I like to wait for when JP comes on, and then it's usually a continuation or a massive reversal. But when JP comes on, that's when the move is like a steady grind up. Like if you go back and look at all the prior FOMC days, it's a crazy move at the minute release. And then once he comes on to talk, it's typically a steady grind in one direction because he's either pumping the market by saying, inflation looks good, we're not cutting rates, we're on track, tariffs are fine, whatever. Or it barcodes because he just says things that everybody already knows. But usually it's a trending direction, which I do like to play.
So CPI is yours and PPI, huh?
Yeah. I like to play
inflation numbers and price indexes are big right now. So those if you're going to do it, those are the ones to not that we advocate that, but those are the ones that you need to do it on. So yeah, but boy, we're just trapped between these standard dev bands. So yes, dev width is a little over 25 25.6 and 22, a little over 22 is our ATR. So yeah, we're in what we call the politicians market right now. For a reminder, it's a market. Politician talks a lot without saying anything. The politician's market, it moves a lot, but it doesn't really go anywhere. We really are kind of range bound on the higher level charts. I really think the combination of earnings, the next Fed meeting, and all the drama and politics surrounding that, and the next round of inflation numbers for the rest of the month. I think July is going to be a great trading month. We kind of need to get into these Plus, with the tariffs now back front and center, I know a lot of CEOs have punted on answering any tariff calls or tariff questions during their earnings calls. I wonder if they're finally going to start making some statements on that, how it's going to help, hurt, whatever. It's going to be interesting, and I think we're going to get a lot of fun catalysts in the next about 3 weeks.
I like that. I think one thing too that I'm learning is I need to stop trading the news weeks like this. Like FOMC week, I just need to stop trading. But it's it's a psyche thing, and I want to go down the the rabbit hole of it. But it's hard for me to take a break from it because I just get FOMO looking at a market and being like, "Damn, that was a big move." Even though I maybe would have missed it, I could have caught it. So maybe next time.
But that is exactly where I started switching my strategy to just taking like 20, 25 points, because I don't care if the market moves 100 points. If I took my 25, I'm good. It's like, and I can also take 25 when the market is not moving 100 points. That was my reasoning behind it.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. I love the feeling of being in 100-point trade. There's nothing better.
Well, I agree. I mean, no better feeling than that. I've been there before, but also been on the other end of it.
It's true. That's true.
What is the largest stop you allow yourself to take?
It always depends on where the low or high is. Like if I'm longing, where the recent low is. If it's if it's 50 points, then I size lower. I usually just have a max risk per trade versus a typical stop loss, and then I just adjust the contracts based on where that stop is. So I don't know where. Wait, let's see. This is the 5 minute. Yeah, so I had longed after this break. This 920 to me was just a huge level that if we broke it, I thought we were going to use it as like a little bouncing board and break over the highs, which were like 955, 956. So I entered on the retest like here, and then I said like my stop would have been the lows, but for me, I was looking more on 5 minute, and I set my stop pretty much almost break even afterwards. I need to, now that my trading view is linked, I'll be able to actually show the entries and where I was in and where I was out, because if I go back, I can't remember, so I'd have to look at the Tradeify. But I like putting a long stop under a recent swing low, never more than like 50 points. If it's like 70, then I just won't take the trade, because then I'm sizing in with like 2 or 3 micros for a 70 to 90 point move.
And full port Nick can't do that.
No, full port Nick cannot do that. I have to reserve the full ports for like Friday or something.
Fair enough. Well.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is fun. This is good times where the markets aren't doing a damn thing. This is, but again, we talk about the fun, the excitement of it, but again, and I know you know this, Nick, but we do it like that's not why we're here, right? Like we're here to make consistent money, and it's nice when we can like do a stream like this, have some fun, but yeah, these environments just suck because there's just not as many momentum-based opportunities as we like, and there's times I don't like the expression "sit on your hands," but there's times where they're up here and not on the mouse. So, I have a bad habit or historical bad habit of talking myself into trades. The more that I sit there and look at charts, so I try to not look at things except maybe once or twice during a 5 minute candle, but. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. I mean, and when NQ and ES are just ranging like this, I don't necessarily trade oil, silver, gold, or like even like RTY or YM, but I do like to kind of cycle between them because, for example, like gold and oil are moving substantially today. So like these are ones that I sometimes will look to play. I just don't play them enough to know how they move to feel super confident in my entry. But these, if you're not seeing opportunity in NQ and ES and you try to play your model on gold, silver, oil, YM, RTY, etc., you might still be able to catch a trade if you see that NQ is just range bound.
Yeah, I mean, again, for NQ, even when you are range bound, I mean, I don't know, Nick, if you do, I sometimes do, but rarely, trade the range. Do you?
No, I never trade the range. Because again, for me, I'm targeting. It depends on the trade. 3 to 5 R, and my risk is always going to end up being outside the range, and I like to play breakouts of the range. So like if we broke through the high, depending on how we did it, I might look for a long continuation or frame a reversal and then short it to the ground. But I like to see that the big plays.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, makes sense for your 100-point moves. Because right now, if you would trade the current range on NQ, the biggest move that you could get would potentially be like a 60-point move. If you entered a short right now and you ride it down to like the 850s.
You take it on the house count.
For shits and giggles, 1 micro.
I mean, it's 11:06. Let me I've really traded with trading view. Let me mark it out and then we can
Should I take it with 1 micro?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll do it. Wait, let me switch to micros first, because otherwise
you don't want to be in an NQ.
All
Would
right.
just not pretty much be above these recent highs.
Yeah. All right, I'm in at 22,909.50.
What's your stop and TP?
So TP for that range trade, a stop would be 15, so about a 6-point stop.
Okay, I like it.
TP, dude, this is moving nicely. And TP would be, if you really go for the full range, I mean, and still be safe, like 870. So wait, I can actually share my screen. Sorry, I'm on
Pretty good, yeah.
Just realized I'm on the wrong screen. There you can see it.
Nice.
Let's see if we get that follow through or not.
I mean, it's pretty good. I've never really tried to trade the ranges, but it'd be good.
I mean, if I trade range, I'm pretty aggressive with moving stop to break even, just because I do not like for it to retrace a bit and then move higher. Then I'm rather gonna move up, rather gonna get stopped at break even. So for me right now, I mean, since we have mid price at 22,890. Once we reach 890, I'm gonna move break even. If it comes to
like that. Are you actually? It's 1 micro.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
I wouldn't normally take that without any confirmation. I literally just entered it at the top.
The problem with like this range today is that it's not like, it's one thing if price action gets trapped between VWAP and +1 standard deviation or plus and -1. We're not really doing that. VWAP has acted, I guess, a little bit of resistance a couple of times since the market opened. It was beautiful before the market opened, or at least the New York session. But even the range is inconsistent right now. If we had a clear 30, 40-point range we were going in, you can scalp 15 to 20 handles up and down on that all day. The problem is when the range isn't really consistent, and especially when you have basically VWAP and the 900 level are both acting as kind of pinning action right now, and they're just stacked on top of each other. It's going to take a lot to pull away from that level. And so we're just not seeing a little bit on the downside, maybe at about the 860 level. We're just not seeing consistent levels of support and resistance across the chart.
Yeah, true. Very true. And we're still consolidating up here. I need a push, like a strong push below 97. Basically break that 900 level cleanly. And then we should be at mid price very quickly. And if it stops you out, or like anybody who's in that trade, if it ends up stopping us out, we're taking a 6-point loss for a potential, ooh, that almost stopped me out. For a potential 50-point TP. So
Ooh, it is flirting with the stop.
it is flirting with the stop. It's gonna stop it out probably. Yeah, that stopped out. But again, like that's a that's a 6-point stop for a 50-point TP.
And I think it also just kind of shows it's tough to trade this range. And I mean, unless that's your model, like if you're a range trader and you scalp, then hell yeah, this is your market.
But it also always depends like how big the range is, you know. With these kind of trades, I really like them when the range is only like, let's say 25 to 30 points, and then I'll just grab 15 of those, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So when you trade multiple times, if you hit a winning trade, like throughout the day, how many times will you end up trading before you call it? Do you have a price point or a trade, like a number of trades?
For me, it is usually as soon as I do have 2 losses, I stop. However, that's a soft rule. If I'm still up after 2 losses, I would take another A+ setup. For the downside, it's like once I'm at my DLL, which is currently sitting at $1,000 per account that I trade, I will stop. On like to the upside, I don't really have a target. It's more like kind of how I feel, because sometimes I'm up, you know, $1,000 on each account, and I'm like, okay, I feel like if I'm gonna take a trade, I'm gonna be really fucking fearful, and I'm gonna move my stop within 3 seconds because I'm afraid to lose profits, and then I'm not gonna take any more trades. But if I'm chilling and I'm like, okay, I mean, this looks like a great trade, let's take it, and I do not have any sort of fear, I'm still going to take it. So it varies. It's not a hard rule for me. It's really feeling based and emotion based.
I like that. I think it was interesting comment that Asanka had earlier about setting stop to break even too quick is more of a like emotional reassurance that you're fine and that it's your risk off. And when I first started trading, I would do that all the time, and I would end up just over trading like crazy because I would move my stop to break even. It would stop me out. And then I'd be like, oh shit, this might actually be a good trade. And I'd get back in, move it to break even. And I would just repeat until you go into until it goes against you and then you lose the account. But
yeah, that's one of the great challenges, right? Because anytime you can take some, like Asanka said, anytime you can take risk off the board, and it makes sense to do it. But at the same time, when is that, right? Like I've been just as guilty even today, although I'll defend that decision because we were coming to the open, of moving my stop to reduce risk and having that stopped out. That's one of the, I will say that's been one of the, I don't know that you ever master something like that, but that's been one of the more difficult things over the years that I've found myself coming back to in my personal kind of growth as a trader.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, definitely. And Boundless, that requires you have a lot of self-awareness. Yes, I agree. Actually, that's why I worked with a mindset and psychology coach for a very long time to actually help me with that. Super important. And that's exactly what Coach Tank does as well with our live traders here at Tradeify.
Yeah, having Tank is awesome. Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ pushing this 22,920, like this upper part of the range, I feel like we may get this breakout if it's with buying pressure. And if it's not just a little wick above and then we retrace back down to the bottom of the range, like you were saying, Nick. I mean, ES and NQ have been doing the exact same thing. ES at 62.76. If we get that 62.80 break with volume, I like the push for longs, but otherwise it's just this, I feel like we'll just end up ranging all day, especially because volume's pretty low right now. We're not seeing a lot.
Yeah, or we get a move very late in the day. That could happen as well, but maybe during power hour. Yeah. Who knows?
I know a lot of the moves recently have been end of day power hour, and we get drastic moves.
Yeah, true. Drew, can you actually pull up Nick's chart really quick? Because I think he's pulling the power hour one up.
Yeah, I was just going through the the last couple days are just dragging along. I mean, when you look at it too, even if we did like the 4 hour, like some of these ranges that we sit in day to day, like we'll get some day. I mean, some of these days we've had some pretty big moves, but then you look at like an entire week and we just range this whole time. Like back before when we had, you know, wild swings, or even, for example, like right now, I know it's tough because we're near all-time highs, or, you know, we hit all-time highs and have been sitting up here, but it's so much more fun to play in the market when it's either in a trend, a bullish or bearish, it doesn't matter. But when we sit in these like little nearing all-time highs and these like consolidation periods where it's just ranging between a few hundred points, that's when we get days like today where we get wild swings up or down, and I can't trade them. But these days, these are the fun days.
Mhm.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, that ran my stop really quick here on that short, and now it's just consolidating again. It's so funny. Like, it's just not moving. It's not going anywhere. We're getting these small little pushes to the upside or downside, and then it just consolidates again for like 20 minutes.
And this is like a weird trend up.
Yeah, literally the past hour has been like that.
Yeah. I mean, if you're long, this is the worst for me, is I hate when I enter in a position and it's just like, I mean, over the last hour, we've moved not even 60. Well, I guess we have moved 60 points, but you know, we're up 55, 60 points, and you're just sitting in a trade forever because you can't. I don't like to just set a stop and walk away in case we get a big move and I need to sell. I use TPs, but it's more of like a mental, like let's say my TP was 960. I like to see how it reacts at 960. Yeah. In my head, I'm fine giving up 10 to 15 points for a potential 30 to 50 more. And I did that last, well, it's funny. We were in meetings last Wednesday when we made all-time highs. Yeah. I took a trade during our meeting. We were just getting kicked off, and I longed. After a newly funded, like not funded, like an actual live account. Yeah, I longed pre-market, regardless of where it was within this 50-point range, and I sold for maybe 50 points because I had a hard TP, and as soon as I sold it, I was like, "Why did I do that?" And then it kept running for another 100 points, and that was one where I am sized heavier, and then I get the FOMO, but I was able to just lock my computer, focus on the meeting.
Yeah.
Trump is speaking at a cabinet meeting right now, guys, just so you're aware. So everybody out there, keep an eye. He is apparently taking questions. So we lost Nick again. Oh, there he goes. So, other Nick, how's it going?
It's good.
Doing that, guys. I have no idea.
We were about to get into some good Midwest chat in here, man. That's, you know, we have to keep it international while White Tea Nick's on the stream. We were about to talk all things Midwest.
Well, guess what? Both Nicks are White Tea Nicks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's what's up.
Background. I was talking about background Nick / little DGen / Chicago Nick / I mean, he's got
slash.
Yeah, there's a lot of man that wears many nicknames.
Slasher Nick.
Slasher Nick.
I was laughing at the chat before because C said taking a trade during a meeting, clip it and send it to Brett. You know what? C, Brett is taking trades during meetings too.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. I was just gonna say that. I was say he trades more than I do the meetings. He was sharing his screen. We were going through a presentation, and he had to flip back to trading view because he was he's in a trade.
Literally every single time we have a team meeting with him, he's like, "Oh yeah, I just took that off for like a 50 point TP."
I mean, no glazing. He's probably the best trader that I know. He can be at any place, anytime, and then he'll send me a screenshot of him up an insane amount and be like, "Yeah, I just took the GP, or I just took the short or a long." I'm like, "You're crazy." You just like the market like talks to him.
He is a beast. Oh, interesting question there from Vola, Nick. Both Nicks, how fast do you run a mile? Oh, I have.
Oh, how long are we running it for?
Yeah, true. I have no idea because I do not do miles. I do kilometers.
Oh, we don't do kilometers here. I don't even know what a kilometer is.
I don't even know what a mile is. No, actually, a mile is 1.6 kilometers. I know that. But I've never done like a 1 mile race. Have you?
No, we used to have to do that for like high school. We'd do it. I've ran a 6-minute mile.
But you did half marathon, right?
Yeah, but then when you're running for distance, I was doing like, I think my average was 10-minute mile, which felt quick to me. It's 6 miles an hour.
So what's your half marathon time?
It was 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, back in high school, I could do a 6-minute mile, even though I wanted to throw up after the end. Anywhere between, I think like if you average 9 to 10.5, if you're running for distance, it's pretty good.
I have no idea like what my short distance is. I only know my half marathon and marathon times.
You should do a race.
Tradeify TV race.
You can host it in Chicago. All right, so now we're getting the move. We were able to, I mean, we broke 920, but I don't know if this is just like a low volume push.
Yeah, there's a couple little liquidity overhead here, and that's about it. There's just there's not even a lot of orders on the board right now.
I need to try using are you using Bookmaps?
Yeah.
I need to try using that.
It's one of those, and it's going to take me probably 3 or 4 weeks to get back accustomed to it. It was only after watching it pretty, I mean, obviously not watching every tick, every second, every day, but spending 2 or so hours watching the price action unfold for about 3 to 4 months before I kind of became a little more comfortable with it. And it was really about a year before I was like, okay, I kind of see what's happening here. Bookmap is a program. Just go to bookmap.com. It's a trading platform. That's all it is. It's like TradingView or, Sierra or anything else. It's just a order and volume based as opposed to candlestick and price based.
Pretty cool.
We are touching that trend line now again that I marked out during pre-market here. The one coming from the 3rd of July, 11:30 candle here at 20. Basically, the one coming down from the all-time highs. So if we break that and hold outside of it, probably not today, but we will get to all-time highs, Nick. Pretty sure about that.
You're making me want a long.
Well.
Wow, chat. I might have to pull up the house account.
We might have to pull up a poll here and actually do the trade. Chat takes the trade today.
Yeah, we can end the stream with Brett's gonna call me and be like, "Why are we 15 minis deep on the house account?" I don't know, man. Chat wanted to do it.
We do.
I do like it. I mean, we are breaking this with some volume, and I mean, if we can break and hold this 940, I know we've got a pretty big resistance at 955. Obviously, we're also, we broke past the open. But like, and this is what's tough too for me is like because there's so much lower volume when we go towards, afternoon to end of day. I don't know. For me, I can't trust the move as much because I don't know if we're going to get a follow through or if this is just like a whale or institution coming in and we're seeing a little bit of move in the market, or Mag 7 got news and it pumped it or dumped it a little bit. That's why I like trading the morning, because I know that there's, I was going to say a number of people that trade, and I was going to say millions. I don't know how many people trade, but I know that there's more people out there trading and moving the market than not. And if they're panicking and selling or panicking and buying, there's more of a move, but I just don't trust the afternoon moves. I just don't know who's behind it, and I don't like if there's not going to be follow through.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that. All right. So any closing thoughts for the viewers today? Background, Nick.
Oh man, save your accounts. Hold on to them. Don't trade during FOMC week. I will. You probably will too. But we all know that advice is not to.
Well, it's FOMC minutes tomorrow. The meeting.
Oh, that's right. It's not the meeting.
The meeting's 3 weeks from tomorrow.
We're fine. We can trade. We're good. We're good. All right. So just save your
account right now.
Yeah. Go ahead and send it. No, don't do that. We are seeing a pump. I mean, just stick to your model. Don't revenge trade. Don't do what I and maybe you do sometimes. But that's what we're here for. That's what this stream is for. Be able to come on, talk, see other people trade. You're not alone. Trading's lonely, but we try to make it not lonely. So. Hope everybody has a good rest of your Tuesday.
All right. Well, thanks, background Nick, our PM here at Tradeify TV. And as he said, guys, stay tuned. We got a lot of fun things coming down the pipe. So we'll say goodbye to Nick here, and then we'll say goodbye to you guys. And yeah, thanks again, Nick.
See you, Nick.
All right. See you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Nick. So we Swiss Nick, we made it through. As we get ready to wind down another edition of Tradeify TV, we are breaking out here above to the 950. Still not a huge breakout on the 4-hour chart, but this is looking. The only thing I've seen on the news feed, Trump's has demanded that Fed Chair Powell resign. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know I don't know in what tone of voice or whatever. And Powell has already said he's not going anywhere, so I guess we'll figure that out at some point. But yeah. So Nick, you get the honor of closing out the show today since Miriam's not here. But for me, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in to another edition of Tradeify TV. Miriam will be back tomorrow with the full crew, and hopefully leading into the Fed minutes, we have some interesting and fun price action. But again, thank you for those that stayed with us today. And if you missed Coach Tank's interview, guys, I cannot recommend enough that you guys go back and watch that entire interview. He was with us for well over an hour. I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying this just to I mean, he was in a different part of the company for me, so he's not my boss, so I ain't kissing his ass. But guys, you have to pay a lot of money to have a session with somebody like Coach Tank with his backgrounds. Again, he's a performance coach, not just in trading, but in a lot of other things as well. He's one guy, he only 24 hours in the day. Trust me when I say most of us probably couldn't afford the time with him. And yet he comes on here for an entire hour, takes your questions, all that. Guys, do not waste that opportunity. I know the trading psychology stuff is not sexy. I know you just want strategies. Just tell me when to get in, when to get out. I get all that. I was there. But when I tell you that hour today and most of Coach Tank's time with us in various sessions, and there's not that many of them yet, I think only 4 and 5, go back and watch them. It is more valuable than any strategy that you can be taught on this show. Take my word for that as somebody who's been in this business for quite some time. All right, guys. So thanks for tuning into another edition of Tradeify TV. Have a great rest of your day. And I'm going to kick it to White T Nick to say goodbye.
Yes, sir. So now I'm the one who gets to tell people that they should huck some trees and some strangers and do that shit. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being funny in the chat, asking good questions, paying attention when Coach Tank was on, and obviously doing a little degen with our own one and only little degen. We always enjoy these sessions with you. We enjoy doing Tradeify TV. And looking forward to tomorrow. I think tomorrow, I just saw it in the chat, we're going to have Amazon. Well, that sounds like Amazon. But anyways, we're going to have a great guest tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. And yeah, with that being said, huck some strangers, huck some trees, drink your matcha, and get some curly hair. See you guys.
Bye.